They carried stockmen. They carried soldiers. They carried legends from Beersheba to the mountains of the high country. The Thunder Herd still rides. Skies and snow gums bow in winter light. 1,000 shadows cross the dawn, their wild hearts burning through the night. Their blood remembers campfire smoke, long dusty trails and stockmen's hands. The freedom of a younger world still running through this ancient land. Listen. The mountains know their language. Listen. The valleys speak their names. They are the thunder, rolling beneath the southern sky. From Beersheba's fields of glory to the mountains standing high, no chains can hold them. No walls contain them. The spirit of the light horse rides. They are the thunder herd, and the mountains know their names. Across the burning Sinai sands, they carry fate in steady hands. Through dust and fire they thundered on toward Beersheba's fateful dawn. Horse and rider forged as one, a rolling wave against the guns. The desert shook beneath their stride as Australia rose in pride. They are the thunder herd, rolling beneath the southern sky. From Beersheba's fields of glory to the mountains standing high, no chains can hold them, no walls contain them. The spirit of the light horse ride. They are the thunder herd, and the mountains know their name. And standing on the highest ridges, when the world below has gone to sleep, the ancient stallions face the darkness, guarding secrets they still keep. They remember every stockman, every drover, every mountain horseman, every charge, every rider who never came home, every horse who carried him there. Ride on. Ride on. Dark and wide, the spirits of the old light horse still ride beside their stride. No king commands them, no empire owns them, for freedom runs within their blood, as surely as rivers shape the land. They are the thunder. Beersheba to the high country, the Thunder Herd still rides.
Well, our meeting's on tonight, 7 p.m. in the Warringtonville Community Centre. All community members welcome. We have the Energy Commissioner, Tony Marr, coming. Tony Marr is very happy to listen to your concerns or complaints. Certainly I've had a number of calls about the wires project that West Wind has been trying to push through past Minyip into Rapanya down to Bulgana. Some of those farmers have been expressing to me that they've been harassed. This absolutely has to stop. Tony Marr is the person to talk to. I appreciate that not everyone would really want to talk in a public forum. So if you don't want to talk in a public forum, I think we can certainly, or well, if you talk to Tony directly, you can arrange a one-on-one meeting, maybe later that night, or I don't know exactly how long he's going to be here in the Wimmera. But Tony is the man for complaints, concerns about the process. In the Victorian fast-track renewable bill, there's been a lot of concerns. In fact, there's been so many concerns. Lily D'Ambrosio is gone from the energy portfolio in Victoria, and so too is the Premier, which is Jacinta Allen. We have one person left in this current government that's been responsible for the poor process, and that of course is the Planning Minister, Sonia Kilkenny. She has shortcut any process, normal process, for developments of this type. Sonia Kilkenny, I think, is a weight on the current government. Ben Carroll, and I think before this current election coming up, I suspect Sonia Kilkenny will go, will resign, be sacked. It certainly is a big liability on Ben Carroll. We absolutely must have proper process. There is no way we can have a poor process. Up to this point, we've seen nothing but absolutely poor process in transmission lines and renewable developments. Thank you very much. It's Ross Johns here from the Wimmera Mallee Environmental and Agricultural Protection Association. Enjoy your day, and please come along tonight, 7 p.m. Tony Marr will be very interesting. Thank you very much.
We're heading into the last week of winter, and it is going to be a bit of a wet finish for large parts of the country. I'm Angus here at the Bureau of Meteorology. Let's take a look at the national weather forecast for tomorrow. That'll be Tuesday, and we can see a broad band of rain spreading across eastern and southeastern parts of the country. That's being driven by this low pressure area in the south, but it's certainly extending a long way from Tasmania to central Queensland. In behind that low, as it drifts eastwards, we get this H. That's a high pressure region building over central Australia, so that will bring us some pretty fine conditions over much of the interior. Meanwhile, out to the west, a little line of rain here. Doesn't look like much, and it's not much just yet, but that will be a major player for our weather on Wednesday. Let's fly around the states. Starting in Queensland, we see a band of rain and potential thunderstorms stretching from Mount Isa down to the Maranoa-Warrego region in the morning. That's going to gradually drift eastwards through the interior, bringing some wet weather, possibly some stormy weather, to much of inland Queensland. If you live on the coast, we're not going to see that band of rain, but there's a chance of a light shower or two from areas Rockhampton down towards Brisbane. Not too much rain expected for those coastal areas. Brisbane, quite a warm day actually, high of 26, and we expect relatively fine conditions right across the north. Now, a wet Tuesday lies in store for almost all of New South Wales. Now, how much rain you get does depend on which side of the Great Dividing Range you live on. If you're in the west, quite a lot of rain and a chance of thunderstorms. A lot of that coming through in the morning. So for the western slopes and plains, all the way up from around Tamworth right down to areas west of ACT, there is a chance of severe storms during the day. That means some thunderstorms could be really punchy, bringing heavy rainfall, damaging winds and even some large hailstones. If you're on the eastern side, so of course that includes Sydney, don't see that same thunderstorm risk. We will have a cloudy day, some patchy rain pushing in late morning and then quite a wet afternoon. Could get 5 to 10 millimetres of rain throughout the day. and rain throughout Victoria as well. Now everyone here likely to get some rain. The heavier falls are going to be the north and the northeast, and we have actually already issued a severe weather warning for heavy rain around the northeastern ranges from about Mansfield up to the New South Wales border. In that area we could see 50 to 60 millimetres of rain. Other parts of the state might be more like 10 to 20 millimetres of rain, including Melbourne. A lot of that falling in the capital during the morning and then drying up for the afternoon, with just the odd shower or two lingering throughout the day. And Tasmania does not avoid the wet weather either, although down here it's going to be a bit more patchy and generally lighter falls compared to the mainland. Overall, definitely could summarise it as a cloudy day with stop-start rainfall. We're likely to just see single-digit rainfall accumulations, which is not a whole lot throughout the day, but perhaps enough that it does feel quite wet. Hobart, 15 degrees and not too far distant to all other towns down here. A wet start to the day from Ceduna across to Murray Bridge, including Adelaide and Mount Gambier, picking up quite a lot of rain in the morning. That's on the back of a very wet Monday, so you'll probably be pleased to hear the rain is forecast to clear up during Tuesday. Most of that will be gone by about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The remainder of the day actually becomes very settled and pleasant thanks to this high pressure region which starts to spread over the state, and that will also give us some nice weather for the remainder of the week after tomorrow's rain clears. A dry, bright and mostly sunny day for WA. Cold morning though, a smattering of frost for inland areas, but it should warm up to pretty pleasant temperatures throughout the course of the afternoon. We will see some rain arrive in the far southwest about the Capes during the afternoon, and then a wet finish to the day from Bunbury down to Albany. We don't anticipate any of that rain into Perth for Tuesday, but heads up, certainly a wet day headed your way on Wednesday. And finally to Australia's north, a bit of patchy rain around the Barkly area could affect Tennant Creek and other parts of central NT throughout the day. Not much with that, but perhaps a little spot of rain here or there. Shouldn't see too much of that further north. A nice day across the top end. Darwin mostly sunny and 32. Nice throughout the Kimberley and parts of the Pilbara as well. And after a few wet days through Australia's red centre, we're back to dry weather for Alice Springs and Uluru with high temperatures approximately 20 degrees. That's all I've got for today. We'll be back tomorrow with another video. In the meantime, weather updates available on the Bureau's website and app. Thanks for watching.
So many places where they're using 1080 poison baits.
Yeah, it's an absolute travesty, mate.
It really is.
1080 baits, if you've seen what a 1080 bait does to a dog, it's one of the most horrific things you'll ever witness. And the second you see something like that, you'll be a big advocate for getting rid of 1080 baits. It's not the way to solve the problem with wild dogs and foxes and things like that.
On Sunday, August the 30th, I got a phone call from my husband. I wasn't here, I was out in Aramac staying with family. And he rang me very distressed and crying on the phone and told me that Tippy was dead. And he then described to me how that happened. He said he was inside, heard Tippy outside yelping, which progressively rapidly went to screaming, and he was thrashing him, throwing himself around. He went under my car, which is parked on the veranda in a carport, threw himself under the car and up under the wheel arch, obviously looking for sanctuary. Greg tried to grab him and got hold of his leg, and as he did that he just dropped dead. So he rang me and told me about this, so I was obviously quite distraught as well. And then he had to go into town, into Bundaberg, to pick up for a pre-arranged appointment. And when he came home a couple of hours later, Faye, our Maremma dog, was also dead. So within a couple of hours, we're not sure, any time between 9:30 and midday is when she died on that morning. So yeah, Greg took them to bury them, and he took Ted with him when he buried these two dogs, and Ted was there with him. And after Greg finished burying them, he wouldn't leave. He just laid, he sat, moved around. He wouldn't leave the gravesite. So Greg had to literally pick him up and take him away. So he knew his mates were in there. So yeah, sorry.
1080 is not a humane poison, and despite people's claims that it is humane, we now recognise that that's not the case. It's not good enough to pretend to ourselves that it's humane and keep on doing the same old thing that we've been doing for years.
Management was deciding in the dark. We lacked a method to hear from people across the organisation. We started using instant polls under our brand. Their expert design templates made it effortless to ask the right questions of the people who matter most, our frontline teams. We've seen improved profits and happier staff, and we now make better company decisions thanks to instant polls. Join us. Try your first free poll at instantpolls.online.
The king may rule over land and sea. The lord may live right royally. The soldier ride in pomp and pride. The sailor roam over ocean wide. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The writer thinks, the poet sings, the craftsman fashion wondrous things. The doctor heals, the lawyer pleads, the miner follows, the precious leads. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The merchant, he may buy and sell. The teacher do his duty well. But men may toil through busy days, or men may stroll through pleasant ways. From king to beggar, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The farmer's trade is one of worth. He's partner with the sky and earth. He's partner with the sun and rain, and no man loses for his gain. And men may rise, or men may fall, but the farmer, he must feed them all. God bless the man who sows the wheat, who finds us milk and fruit and meat. May his purse be heavy, his heart be light, his cattle and corn and all go right. God bless the seeds his hands let fall. For the farmer, he must feed us all.
I'm here. You know, there's a song from Bob Geldof and the Boomtown Rats. I can't stand Mondays, no matter how organised you are. Let me tell you. Anyway, we're here. And so is Peter Campion, who's been waiting. He's got cobwebs on him. He'll be along very shortly. Very, very relaxed, actually, in Tolga in Queensland. Instant Polls is our, by the way, hello. Instant Polls is our official sponsor. If you want to increase your bottom line, boost your communication with your frontline staff, and gather valuable data from your most important resource, that's your employees. Now you can visit instantpolls.online to learn more. This week's poll is on the Pulse. Do you believe the media coverage of bird flu in Australia is accurate? Just use the QR code on our screen to vote. Each vote is secure and anonymous and verified by 2FA. Now, the poll closes next Monday, 31 August, and the result will be broadcast on the Pulse after 4 p.m. Now, the link has been published on our Facebook page this afternoon by our Facebook department. or off your Facebook department. Share the link, the love, and ask your family and friends to participate because your opinion does matter.
Management was deciding in the dark. We lacked a method to hear from people across the organisation. We started using instant polls under our brand. Their expert design templates made it effortless to ask the right questions of the people who matter most, our frontline teams. We've seen improved profits and happier staff, and we now make better company decisions thanks to instant polls. Join us. Try your first free poll at instantpolls.online.
You're with Mike Ryan, telling it as it is. Today's News Talk, The Pulse.
And back again once more. We're very excited, by the way. We have a new show starting tonight at 7 o'clock after the Protagonist, which is very controversial, believe me. And the Labor Party, not in this country but in the UK, have really excelled in vulgarity. Anyway, more on that with our Protagonist. But tonight, after that, we have a new show called Monday Muster. And that's going to be a brilliant show too. It's every Monday, by the way, at 7 o'clock in the evening on The Pulse, which Peter Campion will be glued to. I can see that. Peter Campion, by the way, is a retired Queensland Fire and Rescue Service fire commander and fire investigator, a former Department of Social Security fraud investigator, and an independent researcher. He is a fierce proponent of the traditional Australian values that have come under increasing attack since the 1990s. Peter was deplatformed from major newspapers in 2020 for writing truths about COVID-19. Shh, don't talk about it. Which prompted him to stand as a candidate in the 2020 Queensland state election, the 2022 federal election, and the 2024 Queensland election. His media ban was lifted in August 2022 and reapplied in 2026. Peter is a long-term resident of far north Queensland in the magnificent town, which I've never been to, called Tolga. Peter, thank you for joining me. You're not there. Look, just wait 1 second, young man. I thought it was already fixed up. There it is.
Here we are. Look at that.
Look at that. Cam is just working overtime.
It's always a pleasure to be here, Mike. I noticed the thumbnail of you earlier, and I think they accidentally put a photo of your much younger brother there.
What do you mean? That's me. Hang on. Let's do this. That's only a year old, so stick it in your pipe and smoke it. Although
I believe you've never been to Tolga, mate. It really is the capital of Queensland.
It is, and I was going to say lovely things about it, but you've just referred to, what is it called, Photoshop or something.
I thought I'd get in first.
You're just a great guy. Now, before we get into, I just want to play you this. This is going to set up everything we're talking about. It's going to bring this up. It's all about the bird flu. And in my own humble opinion, Peter, I think this is a new weapon in hysteria from the federal government. I'll play you this.
Vaccines will be rolled out across the country as part of the federal government's plan to stop the spread of the deadly bird flu. Native species in captivity will be top of the agenda as experts warn states and territories to prepare for mass deaths in their backyards.
Feeling the heat in the hen house. The Federal Environment Minister meeting with conservation groups as the bird flu outbreak takes flight.
Spring and summer are coming. That's when birds get it together and start breeding, and this is when it's going to spread.
Not afraid to ruffle feathers, advocates pushing the Commonwealth for an immediate $200 million response to the H5 strain, with 1 in 5 native bird and mammal species at high to extreme risk from the virus.
To make sure that we're getting rid of weeds where birds are nesting, that we're making sure we have wetland connectivity, that habitat is not being destroyed.
There's currently 236 confirmed detections of the H5 strain in wild birds, with 163 in South Australia, 58 in Victoria, just 1 in Queensland, and now 4 in New South Wales.
communities are telling us they are devastated. They are in tears about what this might mean on the ground.
The government confirming a $2 million plan to roll out vaccines to states and territories over the coming days, prioritising native species in captivity.
I'm able to confirm today that testing at CSI's laboratory has returned a positive result of the H5 bird flu in samples taken from a long-nosed fur seal at Beachport in South Australia. This is sadly our first confirmed case of the H5 bird flu in a mammal in Australia. I know that this news will be distressing for many Australians, particularly for those people with a close connection to the wildlife and the land, including our First Nations people. And although this is a concerning development, it is not unexpected for us to start to see infection in other wildlife, particularly in marine mammals. I have been advised that at this time the detection does not appear to be associated with other sick or dead marine mammals. An infection of this individual animal is likely to have occurred due to exposure to infected wild birds or the environment that they share. Sadly, we also know that once the H5 bird flu is spreading in the natural environment, it is not possible to avoid significant losses. Across the country, the latest figures indicate that there have now been 298 positive H5 bird flu events in Australia since the outbreak. I want to close by reiterating that at this stage there is no evidence of infection in our poultry or agriculture systems and that the risk to human health remains low. Strongest form of defence.
So there you are. What can we do to scare everybody? It's crossing over to mammals. And it has already crossed over to people. If you've seen Chicken Man, Peter Campion, what do you think, by the way, of this absolute... Sorry, we had Peter McCullough on just recently, and Peter said, have you thought about natural immunity? Truly.
This is the thing, Mike. If you took all the bull butter that those people just spewed up and you put it in a digester and you harvested the methane, you'd have all the clean energy that you could possibly want. These are all non-player characters. I say they've got virginal frontal precortexes. They've never been penetrated by an original thought. They just literally read the scripts. They've got no idea what they're talking about. Bird flu is ubiquitous. So because some species of birds are migratory, the bird flu is constantly in circulation around the world. The birds get it. The healthy ones, get the sniffles for a few weeks or maybe a few days, and then they shake it off. The ones that are at death's door, the ones that are already immune compromised because of comorbidities, shake it off. And the overall population is younger, healthier, and has increased natural immunity. So, of course, the mRNA injections we know are extremely toxic in the long term, that they have a myriad of side effects, that they've never been... It's a platform that's never worked and shouldn't be in use anywhere. We know from the human experience that some 4.5 years after the mRNA injections were foisted on a gullible population, there's still spike proteins being produced in human cells. We've seen the crash of human reproduction as a consequence of those, and the only reason to be wanting to roll this out to other species is to reduce their number, and of course to enrich the pharmaceutical corporations. And we all know who owns them, Mike. We all know who has the major shareholdings in all these big pharmaceutical companies. But one of the primary objectives behind all this is to reduce the human intake of omega-3 and protein, because if we can claim that this invisible threat that only they can detect, that only they have the specialised equipment and knowledge to even learn if it was there, if it was responsible for a dead animal on a beach, then that they can eventually cull the chickens, and that reduces the egg and chicken meat supply, or at least makes them more expensive. And the people who aren't, wealthy globalists, of course, can no longer afford them. And without the omega-3, people become dumber. Without the protein, they become weaker. And a weaker, dumber, more sickly population is much easier to control. Now, if we had, say, recent immigrants running along the beaches with machetes hacking at the seagulls, that would be a threat that I would believe was real, because I'd be able to see it. I'd be able to go to the beach and see these people with machetes attacking the wildlife. If there were AI-powered drones equipped with, I don't know, AR-15s or something, and they were going up and down the beach shooting the seals, then I'd believe that was a threat. But when they tell me that a tern sneezed and infected a seal and the seal carked it on the beach, I'm sorry. What test are they using again? The polymerase chain reaction test, the very test that if you run it at too many cycles will find any disease in any creature, which is why COVID-19 was found in, I think it was strawberries, wasn't it, and oranges in Africa by a skeptical scientist over there. And then, of course, with the PCR test, you've got the fact that its Nobel Prize winning inventor, Dr. Kerry Mullis, who had a mysterious heart attack despite being quite healthy immediately prior to the COVID pandemic PSYOP being rolled out. By the way, he was Tony Fauci's longtime enemy. He warned never to use his invention in diagnostics. It was a forensics tool. And, it's the exact same playbook being rolled out again. It's for the exact same reasons, by the exact same NGOs that we fund indirectly through our taxes, that by the same government departments that we fund directly through our taxes, and all supervised by the Labor, Liberal, National Green, Teal Uni Party. That is all one organisation, but only pretends to oppose each other to give voters the illusion of choice at election time. So we think that we can vote these horrible people out and actually get improved governance. It's been a very long time since anyone in the Uni Party has represented the will of the constituents in their electorates. And that was something I think I mentioned last time I was on. The great constitutional scholar Arthur Cresby wrote a book called Your Will Be Done, and he unpacked the sole constitutional obligation of the parliamentarian, and there hasn't been one that has met that obligation in probably the last 40 years of Australian politics. And instead, what we're seeing is PSYOPs like this being rolled out on the instructions of people who aren't Australian, people who live overseas, people who spend very little time in Australia. Now, what's it called when an Australian parliamentarian implements a foreign agenda in his own country against the will of his population? Gee, I think the word for that's treason. Now, that used to carry the death penalty. It doesn't anymore. I wonder why they removed that. But it does carry life in prison. And I tell you what, we ought to build special prisons for these people if we should ever have a chance to get our governance back. And of course, I think there's very little chance of that. They can't see it. They're going to keep rolling out the PSYOPs because they're incredibly profitable. And the very last thing that they want is for us to regain control of our governance and to put them back in their box. Anyway, that's my 2 cents worth, Mike. What are your thoughts?
I think they are looking for something to, again, the hysteria, the panic. And I think if you look at 2030 is getting closer and closer for those who failed math, or maths in this country, we say. And I think that what they want to do is, this is just another weapon in their arsenal or weaponry to scare the bejeebers out. Because if it's crossed over into mammals, and by the way, I do not believe a word, because this is ISC pushed, by the way, I do not believe a word what they say or what they're pushing. I don't believe a word what the government is saying. Look at Murray Watt. What a terrible... I mean, someone described Murray Watt as a version of the cane toad. Everywhere he goes, he destroys the environment. And it's true. So I don't believe a word of these people. But you watch. It'll be, it's crossed over to humans. And then we're going to have, again, lockdowns. We're going to have all this garbage we had before. And I think Australia is in a terrible, terrible place. What do you think?
Well, I think it's the same old playbook being rolled out with the latest variation, having feathers. It's what they do over and over again. It's the what's it called? The Hegelian dialectic. You know, they create the problem and cause a reaction amongst the people. The people demand a solution, and the uni party functionaries, the post-turtles, as I call them, put the solution that they've already prepared in place. It's all written out in advance. That's why there's new gun laws 2 days after a shooting. It takes a lot longer than that to write legislation. Now, this is the same people committing the same crimes against humanity that they've been committing, well, going back hundreds of years, really. It's so much is edited in our history that we can't really have any clear understanding of how many times they've done this, but it's a lot. And at this point, anyone who believes any branch of the left-wing legacy-controlled corporate media is delusional. Delulu, I think, is the current Labor term for it. And even a lot of the so-called alt media now is captured. And the alt media is captured in much the same way that the legacy media is. You've no doubt heard about the Journalist Assistance Program, which pays $13,000 per year per journalist as a wage subsidy. Well, unless, of course, your head office is overseas, because that would be a bit too obvious. But if your head office is in Australia, you get this, you apply for this grant, and you advise all these news agencies that the grant's available. And, well, if you're paying the staff, you can't really expect any bad press. You can't really expect any serious investigation. So anything that comes free to air, anything that comes in your Dead Tree newspaper, anything that comes from your subscription app, that's linked back to the legacy media, that's linked back to the corporate media. And once again, we all know who's got the controlling shareholdings in these corporations. It's just going to be the government psyop, the government pro forma read out, and I think we all saw during the COVID pandemic, during that psyop, the composite videos of all the US newsreaders in all the so-called independent stations, all reading the exact same script. And even your preview there had some very similar words to those I've read elsewhere across the internet. As you know, my little hobby in the early hours of the morning is to read my digital version of my local Dead Tree newspaper, write some scathing commentary and post it up on my Substack. And as a consequence, I'm doing a job that a lot of people find just too unpleasant these days. I'm reading the newspaper so they don't have to. And it's basically got to the point where people aren't trusting anything anymore, and they shouldn't, because look at the history of paid media. Let's go back to before the printing press. The English villagers had the town crier. Well, town crier had to feed his family. Who was paying him? Oh, the equivalent of the corporations, which is probably the feudal lord, or maybe even the king. And what have we got today? We've got corporations. Well, they're the nearest thing we've got to royal families in this country. I mean, I know technically we have that English mob, but they're all part of that game as well. But the big multinational corporations are effectively royal families, except the king never dies. They just rotate through the CEOs and the chairman of the board, and the creature never dies. It never goes away. It's the same thing. They're going to strip money out of us. They're going to strip freedom out of us. They're going to transfer our political agency to foreigners again, as usual. I'd say that there's probably still 80% of the population that are going to get sucked right in by the fear campaign, by the terror that they see on their screen, even though they never see it in person. Just like carbon dioxide, just like COVID. Like if COVID had been a real disease, wouldn't we have had piles of dead homeless in the streets? Wouldn't have they been going around saying, "Bring out your dead"? Yeah, come on, mate. And what are we going to see now? We're going to see piles of minor birds in the backyard? Yeah, I don't think so. Bird flu, as I say, is ubiquitous. It's constant. It's ever present in the environment, and it's just going to be all words and pictures from the media, and very little of it is actually going to be reflected in people's real-world existence. But nonetheless, they're going to be scared of it. And as I touched on earlier, in the Dead Tree newspapers today, they're talking about the bird flu having been transmitted to a seal. Well, I can't remember the last time I saw a seal in Tolga. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen one here. So I've got no way of verifying that the seals are sneezing. And I think even if I went down to Cairns to the mudflats, not too many seals there either. So therefore, it's really only people that have got access to those cold coastline beaches around the bottom of Australia that are ever going to see a seal. And whether they can tell whether it's got the sniffles or not is highly doubtful. Unless you're going to actually go up there and hold out a tissue and get it to blow and see what colour the mucus is. Look, honestly, these things are uncheckable, untestable. It's trust the science all over again. Well, what sort of fool would you have to be to trust any of these people? So, I mean, that would just be an embarrassing level of giving up on your personal autonomy to make any decisions based on anything some talking head on a screen tells you. Present company excluded, of course, Mike.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, you just attacked my, you said I was photoshopping. I can't believe it. Incredible. Anyway, they're going to vaccinate the fairy penguins if they haven't started already, which is appalling. And they're doing this on the, tell me, candidly, what you think of the PCR test, because we hear that they're up to 45 revolutions. RPM. So that would mean then that if you know the faster it goes, you're going to have a chicken wing would have a particular virus like COVID if you got up to 45. And they're doing that for these birds. As for that dead seal, it was that's what it was. It was a dead seal, and they took the swab, out with a hazmat suit and stuff. It was very, very scary stuff. And once they realised the seal was dead, they gave it a PCR test at 45 revolutions per minute, RPM, and that's just an appalling. That is how you doctor, how you change reality. And I can hear the dog in the background agreeing with me, and at least someone does. So what do you think of that? Fairy penguins, PCR test all over again.
Well, I thought fairy penguins were sort of like rare, at least not.
They are. They're going to become rarer if the ISC have their way.
Well, you can bet that ISC. Don't get me started.
Get going.
Invasive Species Council. I mean, good grief! What a pack of Marxist retards.
Oh, don't be
Who
kind.
funds them? Oh, that's right, we do. Oh, gosh, we're generous. I can think of a million things I'd rather spend tax money on. Oh, I'd rather keep it myself, Mike. The PCR test, anything above 35 cycles, you're going to find anything. Because remember, each cycle is a doubling of the genetic material of the sample that's been extracted. And if you're going to just keep doubling it, well, it's like that old adage about the guy that wanted to be paid in rice, and he said, on my first day at work, just give me 1 grain of rice, and then double that amount of rice each day. And of course, after a few months, he's got the entire rice crop in his pay packet. That's how doubling works, right? Yeah. So if you keep doubling the sample size, which is what the PCR, the polymerase chain reaction test, well, it's not even a test; it's a process. That's what it does. Then you can find anything. You can find watermelons with COVID, with bird flu, with whatever you want it to have. You could probably find a ham sandwich with the sniffles if you really wanted to. And the fact that they're using that just reeks. It's the same psyop all over again. And once again, it's an invisible threat. It's something only they can see. It's only they that can measure it. It's only they that have the special equipment, the special skills, the special education, the university degree. Look, I'm at the stage where if you've got a particular university degree and you're trying to impress me with it, I'm going to laugh at you. My postgraduate qualification comes from the industry. Those sort of qualifications are valid because it's specific to a task at hand that has a real world result. Forensic fire investigation and emergency management. These are things that you can get in and actually get dirty up to the elbows doing and come up with the result, come up with a product at the end of it. And you can't do that with a lot of these degrees. And well, the whole medical field has just soiled its own bed, soiled its nest. People just don't take it seriously anymore. And when it comes to these injections of this chemical slop with, you know, mercury and formaldehyde and aluminium and cells from self-replicating eternal cancers and things in them, this is just putting people off to the point where we've now got a very large unvaccinated cohort. Now, if we had serious scientists in this country, Mike, if we had serious health professionals, they'd be saying, well, since we've blown trust in vaccines and since people aren't vaccinating their babies anymore and we've got a large cohort of unvaccinated babies, how about we track them and an equivalent size cohort for the next 20 years and let's see which has better health outcomes at the end of that period? Because that's how science is done, right? That's how you actually do science. You take a control group and a live action group, a group that's going to submit to all the protocols, and then at the end of the day you say, well, look at this. The people that got all the injections are now 20 years old and 5% of them have died of cancer and 5% of them have got some other problem. But let's look over here at the unvaccinated group. Do they have more or less of each of these problems? And you know what the answer would be, and that's why they don't do it, Mike. That's why they don't do it, because they know what the answer is going to be. These products are designed to make you sick, to keep you sick. The mRNA in the fairy penguins is probably going to kill a lot of fairy penguins. And then the fairy penguins will go extinct. They'll pretend that never happened, and they'll blame climate change. Guaranteed.
Well, they will. Climate change is, haven't you heard, it's real. Sorry, I was trying to be, because we do have some climate groups following us, and isn't it funny? Because we're up in arms about how they're destroying the planet to save it, and I said, I refer to the ISC as those bridge gluers, and they're just a bunch of wackos. By the way, someone wrote in and said that we don't fund the ISC, billionaire charities do, so they fund the ISC, but it's interesting. I've forgotten what I was talking about. But anyway,
hang on, Mike. Just on that point. So the billionaires make their money from what? Corporations, right?
Yeah,
and the corporations
carbon offsets. Get rid of the horses. Have you heard?
Corporations have shareholders. So if the corporation is donating to these NGOs, that's taking money out of the shareholder's pocket. Now, I'm a shareholder. So I'm a taxpayer and a shareholder, so I expect share dividends, and the share dividends will be less if they're giving money to the bridge gluers.
I think if you look at the horses, there's the carbon offsets, because they've apparently shot 432 million horses. In reality, a lot less, because there aren't that many there. Yeah, but they've shot, but they get these carbon offsets because of Snowy 2 being an appalling abomination of concrete, and that's what it is, which was, by the way, set in stone or concrete by Malcolm Turnbull. And if you want to follow the dots, find out where Angus Taylor is, where he sits on the fence here, and don't get started, all right? But I want to ask
Turnbull
you,
was the best Prime Minister that the had.
He was magnificent. Not. I mean, Gough Whitlam, he was a ghost. Actually, he was still alive, wasn't he, when Turnbull was Prime Minister?
I don't know. I don't like to think about Gough. He gives me the horrors.
Yeah, no, but not Malcolm, though. Malcolm in the middle. I'm not going to go there at all. Just looking at the, even in New Zealand, they're going to vaccinate rare birds with seemingly very poor data, and if they do have it, it's not available to the public. So we have the fairy penguins, which aren't all that many of. They're going to vaccinate these. What do you think will happen to the populations of the rare birds? First of all, what dose do they give them? Do they know what dose to give them? I thought each patient had a different criteria. It's one.
Well, I'm more concerned about informed consent, Mike. Have they explained the potential side effects, the potential long-term health consequences to the fairy penguins? And at what point in history did they learn to actually communicate with fairy penguins? I know they've made some progress with dolphins, but I'm not sure that the fairy penguins have identifiable speech patterns, and therefore it's, you know, unless there's been some tremendous advance in AI, which of course the mainstream media will probably tell you that there has been. Oh yes, we've got full informed consent from the penguins. Well, really? Because you didn't get that from the people that you injected with the mRNA during COVID. You just told them they were going to kill grandma if they didn't take it, or they were going to get the sack from their job if they didn't take it, or they're going to be ostracised from society. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter with the penguins, though, does it? Because the penguins don't have jobs to go to, do they, other than entertaining a few horribly dressed tourists down there at that little beach south of Melbourne there, isn't it?
Cows. I think you're talking
cows.
about cows.
Yeah.
COWES.
I don't know why they named it cows. They should have named it penguins. But anyway, so yeah, there's that issue of informed consent, and it also looks like it's another species-directed genocide, because, you know, they're already committing one genocide on an Australian native species, which is the crown of thorns starfish, which the old Torres Strait Island fishers, the elders up there, call the reef's gardener, and argue that it has a similar role on the reef as bushfire does in the dry sclerophyll and eucalypt forests of renewal. And of course, you know, they get the tour boats out there, you know, with the specially equipped divers, and they go down and murder these poor innocent native genus crown of thorns starfish, because of course they're black and they're spiky, so therefore they're scary, and also they ruin the very self-same tour company's favourite spots to take tourists to, and I guess it has a double purpose there, in that there's profits for two different organisations. Anyway, back to the poor old fairy penguins. They're probably the test case, and once they've managed to inject the penguins and hopefully they won't kill all the penguins at once, so they can argue the penguins are still coming ashore, and look, they're not got the sniffles anymore. They're not sneezing as they walk up the beach. Yeah, there'll be some garbage story, but the chickens are the target. They're going after the chickens. They want to take out the omega-3 and the protein. Omega-3, as I touched on when I was ranting earlier, is essential for human cognition. If you don't have enough omega-3, and eggs don't have a terrible lot of it unless you're feeding the chooks algae and stuff like that. But assuming that the chooks have a pretty good diet, and the eggs are nice and healthy and richly yellow in the yolk, then there's going to be some omega-3. Of course, you can't beat grass-fed beef, and they're already starting to inject cattle with that Bouvier product, which is guaranteed to probably spread through to humans. I shouldn't say guaranteed, probably it will spread through and contaminate the entire food chain and infest human cells. And then, of course, the latest little bit of an outrage over there in the US is related to beef. I know we're off the subject of fairy penguins, but only for a moment. The steers who are lactating because of hormone implants that they embed in these poor creatures. I'm not exactly sure why that they've got a hormone in there that induces. It's the same hormone that these so-called trans women take. You know, these men that have got gynophilia, and they, you know, want to pretend to be a woman, and they want to produce milk from their nipples for some reason, or a substance from their nipples. I'm not sure. Hard to argue it's milk, but anyway, that's the hormone that induces that in human men, and it's currently doing that to cattle, to steers, to male castrated bulls in the US, which is a bit of a worry, and also in heifers. But you know, a heifer is just a cow that has not yet had a pregnancy. So yeah, I reckon we need to stop messing with the native world. I reckon we need to get the needles the heck away from the fairy penguins, the cattle, the babies, the human babies, of course, any other species. At this point, I think there needs to be one heck of an inquiry into the whole pharmaceutical industry. And I guess we all had high hopes for Trump's second term when he put RFK Jr. in that particular position in the US, and there was a couple of other, Jai Bhattacharya, a few other people that were inserted into that administration. Of course, where'd that go? Absolutely nowhere. Just there was cynics, people more cynical than me, I might add, who predicted all of that. I actually had a little bit of hope. I think for possibly 4 months of Trump's second term, I'd hoped that we might actually see some improvement in the level of detection and prosecution of corporate crime. But that hasn't proved to be the case at all. In fact, I think, if anything, it's got worse. And of course, Trump is now enriching himself and starting wars that he said he wouldn't start. And here in Australia, we've got these hysterical white women and noodle-armed soy boy white men getting all worked up about something that they personally don't have any skills in. It's just trust the science all over again. And they got all the comfy jobs. One of those ladies that was speaking at the highbrow-looking books behind her, in the bookshelf. I bet she's never opened a single one, and if she has, she probably didn't understand what all those black marks on the page were. But someone told her, so therefore she knows. This is the state of play we're in, Mike. I think almost at this point, Western civilization is doomed to collapse. And I don't think, this sounds awfully black-billed, I know, but I'm not sure there's a heck of a lot we can do to pull that out of the death spiral. The UK's gone, the EU's gone. I think if it wasn't for the First and Second Amendment in the US, it'd be gone by now as well. Canada, New Zealand and Australia are obviously test beds for globalist plays to bring in the Agenda 2030 that you touched on earlier. But then again, it was to be Agenda 2021 or 20 back in the day, but they had some slippage, so they rebranded it to 2030 Agenda, and they just might have to rebrand it again because I don't think they're going to get anywhere near where they need to get. But of course, this is why they're going to build the AI data centres that are going to suck up all our water and our dwindling supply of electricity in the grid. Because they're going to have their digital currency, the digital track trace surveillance system, so that we're all put in our electronic boxes, our open air prisons, our 15-minute cities, and we're not allowed to leave. And they can inject whatever horrible toxic substances into whatever pretty little birds that waddle around beaches and aren't very good at escaping that they can catch. And no matter how much you hate the globalists, Mike, you don't hate them enough, mate.
If I was actually feeling quite chirpy until I actually walked into the office this morning, and then I realised that I had so much work to do. But if I had any chirpiness, you've just knocked it out of me. I mean, but what you're saying is very, very true and correct, and I appreciate your candidness. Actually, I've got to ask you: you're still banned, aren't you, from
this is interesting, Mike. I'm partially banned in that they'll take some words out of my letters and print them, but not the whole letter. Even if a letter, like their cap, their target for word count is 150. Even if I give them 100 words, they've got to take 48 of them out. So it's not my letter in the full context of what I wrote.
It's a pricey letter.
It's 50% of it, and they always take the punchline out. They always take the main meaning out. Often they'll cut off sentences halfway through, not even add a full stop back in. It seems to be designed to make me look like someone who's largely illiterate, who can't complete a thought, who probably shouldn't be in print, but they're going to print both sides. But this side over here, the right-hand side, or the far right, as I think I am these days, even though I haven't moved from, it's just that they've gone so far left, is all retarded and not to be listened to. But I'm getting used to that. I still write, but it's mainly for my Substack. And for the viewers, that's petercampion.substack.com or at goodasdone on X. Because we are good as done.
I was just wondering how we're going to wrap this up in about 3 seconds. You did it for me. Thank you very much. This is the Pulse.
We're heading into the last week of winter, and it is going to be a bit of a wet finish for large parts of the country. I'm Angus here at the Bureau of Meteorology. Let's take a look at the national weather forecast for tomorrow. That'll be Tuesday, and we can see a broad band of rain spreading across eastern and southeastern parts of the country. That's being driven by this low pressure area in the south, but it's certainly extending a long way from Tasmania to central Queensland. In behind that low, as it drifts eastwards, we get this H. That's a high pressure region building over central Australia, so that will bring us some pretty fine conditions over much of the interior. Meanwhile, out to the west, a little line of rain here. Doesn't look like much, and it's not much just yet, but that will be a major player for our weather on Wednesday. Let's fly around the states. Starting in Queensland, we see a band of rain and potential thunderstorms stretching from Mount Isa down to the Maranoa-Warrego region in the morning. That's going to gradually drift eastwards through the interior, bringing some wet weather, possibly some stormy weather, to much of inland Queensland. If you live on the coast, we're not going to see that band of rain, but there's a chance of a light shower or two from areas Rockhampton down towards Brisbane. Not too much rain expected for those coastal areas. Brisbane, quite a warm day actually, high of 26, and we expect relatively fine conditions right across the north. Now, a wet Tuesday lies in store for almost all of New South Wales. Now, how much rain you get does depend on which side of the Great Dividing Range you live on. If you're in the west, quite a lot of rain and a chance of thunderstorms. A lot of that coming through in the morning. So for the western slopes and plains, all the way up from around Tamworth right down to areas west of ACT, there is a chance of severe storms during the day. That means some thunderstorms could be really punchy, bringing heavy rainfall, damaging winds and even some large hailstones. If you're on the eastern side, so of course that includes Sydney, don't see that same thunderstorm risk. We will have a cloudy day, some patchy rain pushing in late morning and then quite a wet afternoon. Could get 5 to 10 millimetres of rain throughout the day. And rain throughout Victoria as well. Now everyone here likely to get some rain. The heavier falls are going to be the north and the northeast, and we have actually already issued a severe weather warning for heavy rain around the northeastern ranges from about Mansfield up to the New South Wales border. In that area we could see 50 to 60 millimetres of rain. Other parts of the state might be more like 10 to 20 millimetres of rain, including Melbourne. A lot of that falling in the capital during the morning and then drying up for the afternoon with just the odd shower or two lingering throughout the day. And Tasmania does not avoid the wet weather either, although down here it's going to be a bit more patchy and generally lighter falls compared to the mainland. Overall, definitely could summarise it as a cloudy day with stop-start rainfall. We're likely to just see single-digit rainfall accumulations, which is not a whole lot throughout the day, but perhaps enough that it does feel quite wet. Hobart, 15 degrees and not too far distant to all other towns down here. A wet start to the day from Ceduna across to Murray Bridge, including Adelaide and Mount Gambier, picking up quite a lot of rain in the morning. That's on the back of a very wet Monday, so you'll probably be pleased to hear the rain is forecast to clear up during Tuesday. Most of that will be gone by about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The remainder of the day actually becomes very settled and pleasant thanks to this high pressure region which starts to spread over the state, and that will also give us some nice weather for the remainder of the week after tomorrow's rain clears. A dry, bright and mostly sunny day for WA. Cold morning though, a smattering of frost for inland areas, but it should warm up to pretty pleasant temperatures throughout the course of the afternoon. We will see some rain arrive in the far southwest about the Capes during the afternoon, and then a wet finish to the day from Bunbury down to Albany. We don't anticipate any of that rain into Perth for Tuesday, but heads up, certainly a wet day headed your way on Wednesday. And finally to Australia's north, a bit of patchy rain around the Barkly area could affect Tennant Creek and other parts of central NT throughout the day. Not much with that, but perhaps a little spot of rain here or there. Shouldn't see too much of that further north. A nice day across the top end. Darwin mostly sunny and 32. Nice throughout the Kimberley and parts of the Pilbara as well. And after a few wet days through Australia's red centre, we're back to dry weather for Alice Springs and Uluru with high temperatures approximately 20 degrees. That's all I've got for today. We'll be back tomorrow with another video. In the meantime, weather updates available on the Bureau's website and app. Thanks for watching.
And welcome back to The Pulse. It's a Monday for those who have slept in. I read comments at times on Facebook and on our site and stuff, and they like the Jack Goff impersonation. I am not a performing seal. That's bullshit. There you are. I am a performing seal. Anyway, Instant Polls is our official sponsor. See, Jack Goff. Terrible name, isn't it? Because you know how Australians run it together. Jack off. If you want to increase your bottom line, boost your communication with your frontline staff, and gather valuable data from your most important resource, That's your employees. Then visit instantpolls.online to learn more. Now, the results of last week's poll, a short one, but we still did it because we're conscientious. Your thoughts on One Nation as the leading Australian political party. Now, the poll focused on respondents' opinions regarding the reasons behind their voting decisions. The top 2 reasons selected were reflects voter sentiment and good policies, each receiving 44.44% of the votes, with passing fad being selected by a smaller percentage, 11.11% of the respondents. Now, pretty interesting, the protest vote and not sure options received 0. The majority of respondents were females in terms of age groups. The highest number of responses came from the 60 to 69 age group, followed by the 70 to 79 and the 30 to 39. Regarding job positions, operations staff and lower management, they had the highest participation, while middle management had no representation in this poll. Geographically, respondents were mainly from Queensland and New South Wales, with Queensland having the highest number of responses. So, Pauline Hanson for PM, I don't think so. I don't think it's a protest vote, but I don't think she'll create some headaches. You know, you watch the Victorian election, but I don't think she'll get enough to of course she won't get enough to form government. Now, will she have an influence? Maybe. It depends how close it is. Looking at the LNP in previous elections, the ones they couldn't lose, and they did, they were annihilated. So this time, maybe, because of that, with Pauline Hanson sort of adding her support, her weight with a few of those seats, which will come more from the bush too, by the way, she actually may, she may have a fair whack of influence anyway. So it'll be interesting. But as for Pauline Hanson being the Prime Minister or whatever, ain't going to happen. But she will have an effect, and it will be like a tsunami in many cases, and especially in the bush. You'll find that a lot of those who have been there for a while, or even just for 4 years in the federal, they'll get rolled. I think Pauline would just roll them if she keeps going the way she is. But a long, long way to go yet. This is the
management was deciding in the dark. We lacked a method to hear from people across the organisation. We started using instant polls under our brand. Their expert design templates made it effortless to ask the right questions of the people who matter most, our frontline teams. We've seen improved profits and happier staff, and we now make better company decisions thanks to instant polls. Join us. Try your first free poll at instantpolls.online.
The king may rule over land and sea. The lord may live right royally. The soldier ride in pomp and pride. The sailor roam over ocean wide. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The writer thinks, the poet sings, the craftsman fashion wondrous things. The doctor heals, the lawyer pleads, the miner follows, the precious leads. But this or that, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The merchant, he may buy and sell, the teacher do his duty well. But men may toil through busy days, or men may stroll through pleasant ways. From king to beggar, whatever befall, the farmer, he must feed them all. The farmer's trade is one of worth. He's partner with the sky and earth. He's partner with the sun and rain, and no man loses for his gain. And men may rise, or men may fall, but the farmer, he must feed them all. God bless the man who sows the wheat, who finds us milk and fruit and meat. May his purse be heavy, his heart be light, his cattle and corn and all go right. God bless the seeds his hands let fall. For the farmer, he must feed us all.
Kelly Wilson is a #1 best-selling author, adventurer, award-winning photographer, wild horse tamer, TV personality, and a record keeper of the wild Kaimanawa herd. And we're going to talk to Kelly today about the wild horses in New Zealand and differences in their management. Kelly, thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
What are the differences? You're obviously up to date with what's happening to the Brumbies in Australia, and it has left a very sour taste in most of the world because they can't believe that this is how we would treat our iconic horses. What's the difference between our management, which is mismanagement, and what's happening in New Zealand?
So New Zealand has spent about 30 years developing a management plan of the Kaimanawa herd, and in 2016, for the very first time, achieved a slaughter-free statistic. So originally, when the management began back in the mid-1990s, we did have extensive culling with horses being sent to slaughter, and then by the time we got through to 2016, we've been able to maintain that slaughter-free statistic for over a decade, and that is primarily through rehoming and also training initiatives and events to help promote the worth of these horses and also transition them to domestication so that people can see their value.
I've seen images of the horses being led to slaughter, and if you look at I unfortunately I put myself in the place of a particular victim, and it's the horse. And with Gaza, it was the children and the families that were being obliterated. And with the horse, and what I saw in that image of that horse was the absolute fear, and it was just purely terrified. It had this look of, why are you doing this to me? I don't want to die. And whereas if you see cattle and stuff, and I'm not saying that what happens to cattle is any less brutal, and it is, but the horse, the horse is such an intelligent, feeling, probably loving animal, and it was wondering why this is happening, and that horse did not want to die. How would you describe the horse, and am I pretty well spot on when it comes to that or a horse not wanting to die and understanding what's going to happen to it as they're led to slaughter?
I think any living being has a will to live. You see it time and time again in extreme, nature situations where they're going to move beyond all reasonable doubt to protect their family and survive. And for my family, the big change for us, we actually got to attend the 2012 Kaimanawa muster in New Zealand. And that year, about 66% of the horses that were mustered actually went to slaughter. And it was watching those slaughter trucks leave at the conclusion of the muster that really sort of embedded in me a passion for advocating for the Kaimanawa horses, saving them, taming them, and then also on the global stage as well. I've now spent a lot of time in Australia, America, Canada, and around the world understanding the wild horse management.
Yeah, I don't understand the human species at times, and maybe I'm a bit thick, but these animals are truly, if something doesn't want to die, it's done nothing wrong. Surely as humans, we have this within us, within our soul or our heart, we have this thing called empathy, or have a capacity of understanding. And it's gone. And I talking to a family member about the horses in Australia, and the Brumbies being annihilated. He said, "So what? They're a horse," and said some terrible things. And I would laugh it off or ignore him, and I had to remind him that no, it's not. These horses are incredible beings. Do you think a lot of it's ignorance on our part, because they're blamed for the environment, they're blamed for everything. If there's a plane crash, they get blamed for that too. But they're not doing the damage to the environment, especially if you talk to the locals in the Kosciuszko National Park, Peter Cochrane, you have other great people there, even Dean Marsland, who's been there many times. Many of them have, and I actually went out there with some very kind folk in Tumbarumba the other day, or 2 weeks ago, and they're not doing that damage. So do you think it's the ignorance not from the ISC who are doing this, and not from the government who is pushing this, but from the Australian public? Because I don't know if they understand this intelligent animal not wanting to die, not doing anything, has done everything it can to be a good citizen of this country, and yet we send it to slaughter. I'm not going to mention the imagery I have and the comparison, but it does. You can compare it to atrocities over the last 100 years. What's your thoughts?
I think it's very important to remember that wild horses and horses in general weren't designed to live in New Zealand or Australia. And they grew up in countries like, Europe and North America, where naturally there were predators to control and maintain that circle of life. And as such, the herd actually benefits from some type of management. New Zealand is really a good example of that. We have an isolated herd deep in the mountains that have been largely left unmanaged for the last 30 years, which serve as a very real reminder of what the majority of Kaimanawas looked like 3 decades ago. And in comparison to what the current herd looks like, the management has increased their health, their condition, their size. So the unmanaged herd, the average size is anywhere from about 11.3 to 13 2 hands high. And then the main Kaimanawa herd is 13 hands to about 15.2. So the health of the herd has definitely improved through human intervention. The question is, how can that human intervention be done ethically? And we're very lucky in New Zealand that with the Kaimanawa herd especially, we are working with a smaller population size. So the scale of things is not as extreme as it would be in Australia. So if we've got a herd which is currently sitting at about 500 horses, we're only looking at about 150 horses a year that we're having to rehome to prevent that culling, where if you're looking at the Australian scenario, the population obviously exceeds that, and therefore the number of homes that you'd need to maintain it are much higher. So I think definitely there is that importance of people understanding that these horses want to live, but also there needs to be a little bit of education and awareness that some management and removing some horses from the park is definitely going to preserve the long-term quality and health of the herd as well. So it's not so much just leaving the horses to be unmanaged, because nature itself can be cruel if herds exceed the population that the ecosystem can sustain. But then what are those ethical ways in which management can happen?
What should we be doing using New Zealand as a base as an example of?
I think one of the key things, obviously, like the culls are happening right now, which is devastating and in a very inhumane way. And one of the key things that should be happening is how is Australia going to manage this going forward? If it gets to a population size where it can be managed ethically, rehoming, immunocontraception, those are both things that are happening in New Zealand to prevent the need for culling. It's something that I think Australia has, not a good history with. They often cull en masse, leave the problem, the numbers grow, and then they cull en masse again. They've done it with kangaroos, camels, horses, and most animals across Australia. So I think the conversations need to be happening and relationships need to be built. One of the key reasons that New Zealand's had such a successful management system develop, 30 years ago, even 10 years ago, it was highly controversial between the parties involved. But now there's a huge amount of trust and really collaborative working relationship between the Department of Conservation, New Zealand Defence Force, the SPCA, veterinarians, pilots, and the Kaimanawa Heritage Horses and Kaimanawa Legacy Foundation. So the team is working collaboratively to create sustainable solutions, and it's constantly evolving. When new information comes to light, they're implementing it. But those are conversations that, 3 decades into it. And obviously that can be shortcut by looking at international research. But I think the most important thing is that, a lot of lives have been lost in those mountains with the Brumbies and across Australia in general. And did those horses die for nothing? And in 10 years, the problem's going to be there again and they're going to cull again? Or are they actually going to finally implement a more ethical plan where the path going forward can hopefully prevent horses dying unnecessarily?
Because a lot of the horses, we have followed this, we do this every day, sort of here at the Pulse, I just gobsmacked. It's been pretty hard, to say the least. And I can't understand, because the numbers that the ISC, Invasive Species Council, feed to the National Parks and Wildlife Service, who should be disbanded, they feed the government particular numbers. We're going to get rid of another 1,000 horses, and reports are there's a couple of hundred left. If you look at the Bogong High Plains in Victoria, there are no horses, which is just terrible. And you've got these small groups going out, the National Parks and Wildlife Services paid shooters who go out in their jungle greens and silencers on guns. And you can if you tell me any country in the world, except Australia, that allows you to have a silencer on your gun, other countries lock you up, don't pass go there directly. So I find all this abhorrent. But the hatred for the horse, if you look at in the States, Donald Trump, and I was a great Donald Trump supporter. I think he's diabolical. He's just lost the plot. But looking at the horses there, he's signed away, to be executed or sent to slaughter thousands of Mustangs, removed protections for those horses. Look at in England, for example, you got the Dartmoor Hill ponies. They were under threat, and they were a threat to the environment. They've been there for thousands of years. They are the environment. So we have all this move to get rid of the big hoofed animal, such as the horse. Have you noticed that? And can you give me an? I don't know why. Why is this sudden rush, or this slow rush that's gathering speed to eradicate the horse?
It's definitely happening worldwide. Definitely this year in New Zealand, we've also had a real stalemate with whether our musters would go ahead, because they were looking at abandoning the management of the New Zealand Kaimanawa herd and potentially dropping its protection status as well. And as such, rather than the Department of Conservation managing the horses, they were looking at having the army take over and pulling all financial backing. And so we actually had a lot of mediation between the Director General and Parliament trying to come to a resolution. And we did actually completely turn it around. They went from having no funding to the biggest operation they've ever done in a single year. They did 3 musters, rehoming, they immunocontracepted 100 mares, and it was a massive turnaround. But there were months there where it was truly at risk of New Zealand losing so much of the progress that we've made in the wild horse management. So I completely, felt that panic and the ramifications of what it would have looked like if New Zealand had have stopped, because it's very, very hard to catch up on management if a few years pass without consistent and repeatable rehoming efforts. So America's a massive problem. I mean, obviously there's over 50,000 horses in holding yards. It costs taxpayers $82 million a year to feed them. And the horses are essentially in feedlots. So you can go and there'll be 1,800 horses on 10 acres living without any shelter. It's sort of a bit of, it's completely a different extreme to Australia. But I think there's really a lot of examples around the world of very poor wild horse management. And it does make me very appreciative of what New Zealand has managed to maintain, but equally how volatile and risky it is, with governments questioning whether that should be considered a priority going forward.
Yeah, it's very wild. I mean, in the US, you would think out of all countries would have the greatest respect for them. But again, I'm like most people. I didn't know any of this, and just a story came to us about 3.5, 4 months ago, and we read it and we thought, no, that can't be right. I mean, you don't do that to these animals. And more we looked into it, it's taken me 3 months to stop welling up on the air, and I still do it. I think these creatures are just amazing. But you look at the US and you think, why would you do that? I mean, the horse it is the history of the US, and you go back to when the first even the revolution. The horse was what was going to bring the independence that particular country got. All this, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, and they just discard that, and you got this buffoon in policy, as a prime minister, as a president, just obliterating these magnificent creatures. I don't understand. I think it puts us. I think it doesn't augur well for humanity, and I just wonder what is changing. Are we becoming ambivalent, just ignorant to everything else except anything as data or our own self? All for me and none for thee. So anyway, just my thoughts, and I think it's terrible. I think we are going down a path that we don't want to go down. And the question is, can we stop going down that path, or is it the brake's not going to work and we're going to keep going and going until the planet becomes a very ugly place to exist in? Just quickly, what else do you do with other activities? We talked about some pretty, not gruesome but very severe things. What other things that you do that aren't so heavy?
A lot of my time each year is actually spent taming the wild horses that come out of the mountains, which is an incredibly rewarding experience. I've got a wild Kaimanawa sanctuary here in Taupo, New Zealand, and as part of that, I have trainers that come in and help me train horses. So last year we trained 83 wild horses at my property. This year we haven't had such big musters, so I think we've done about 35 wild horses over the last 3 months. And then I spend a lot of time in the mountains. I've been very fortunate to the only civilian that's been given access into the mountain range to go in without a guide, and I'm able to document the herd. and record new foals that are being born and how the herds and bands are changing throughout the year. So that's one of the real benefits of a collaborative effort with the Wild Kaimanawa Horse Advisory Group, is that my data matches the counts and the data that the governments do each year for their aerial counts. So that transparency is really key to creating trust between the parties, and it's been fascinating seeing how the musters affect the population and how now immunocontraception is affecting the population. So a lot of my favourite memories are being in the mountains among the horses.
Mm. And the propensity of Australians, the kill thing, something out of a Quentin Tarantino movie, contraception is the way to go. I mean, there are other ways. We don't need to kill. And we got this thing, I mean, even with the other, inverted commas, pesky critters in the Kosciuszko National Park, what do? We decide to drop 1080. Now, 1080 that's a very violent death. And they expect to get the rabbits. Well, first of all, rabbits don't deserve that either. But secondly, other animals will eat those rabbits, and they'll also get it. And then if they die, and because it's severe dehydration, they head for the stream. They die in the stream. The stream gets polluted with this poison, and goes on and on and on. So we don't need to keep killing. I think as we get the further we go down the path, we realise how little we really do understand what's around us. So we need to do it slower and more with respect. And I think, I'm not terribly positive about the future for mankind. I think you're doing an absolutely brilliant job. You will go to heaven, but you've got to wait a long time to wait. You'll pass me. I'll be sitting on that rock, trying to hitch a ride just to the pearly gates. I won't get there.
I'm sure you'll get there.
No. I probably, I would like to go there, but I think I have people around me that would like me to leave, to experience it earlier than what God's planned for me. But we'll keep up the good work, I think. If somebody wants to find out more about you, Kelly, how do they do that?
So I do a lot of the work through the Kaimanawa Legacy Foundation. So you can visit kaimanawaLegacyFoundation.org and Kaimanawa Legacy Foundation on Facebook. Otherwise, I also have my own personal pages, Kelly Wilson Author, and my website, kellywilson.nz.
Absolutely fantastic. I appreciate your time. Thanks for having a very candid conversation. But I think we need to have these. I think, we looked, if you go back to, COVID and stuff, the thing that was missing was the conversation that we weren't allowed to have.
Yeah.
And it led to all sorts of indifferences within society, as you might say. I'm being polite. So we do need to talk. We do need to, I think, respect what's around us. We need to respect, those that are living. They do not want to die. And simple as that. So if you could put yourself in their hoofs, and you understand that they do not want to die. So let's stop the killing, and let's start acting like what humans should act like, and not like, I was going to say cave dwellers, but cave dwellers, they just ate what they needed. They didn't senselessly kill animals, and we do. So I think we've got a long way to go yet. Kelly, thank you so much for your time. I'd love to do this more often. And I see that New Zealand is doing very, very well in cricket. Australia, we're sort of, but we're looking forward. I think we're playing you guys this year. That'll be a good one. We're going to bowl underarm.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
Take care, and we'll talk later on. This is The Pulse. Coming up next, we'll be talking to Rachel McDonald about her new show. It's called Monday Muster. That's what it's called. That'll be coming on at 7 tonight, and we'll talk about her co-host, or both co-host or both host. That'll be coming up after this track. And as I said, I often think about the horse and what goes through the horse's mind with the shootings. I mean, they run for the escape the helicopters, and they break their necks or legs or whatever. They found horses that have been walking around days or weeks with a bullet wound. And all this, we don't need bullets. We don't need to shoot them. We need to start acting a bit more appreciative for what nature has given us and what God's given us, because otherwise, we're all buggered, as my dad would say. Anyway, I'm going to play this before we get to our next guest. This is one of those great tracks, one of those beautiful songs, but it actually encapsulates what's happening with Kosciuszko National Park and what's happening in the forest between Yamba and Coffs Harbour, and what we can do to stop this, because we do need to stop the killing. They're senseless. They don't achieve anything. It's just it's all about money, and we have to stop it. We've got to become more human-like.
Tell my fool I kept on running. Tell my mare I heard her cry. Tell the mountain I belonged here. Tell the wind I said goodbye. Brumby hoof prints etched for generations in the snow. I've watched the foals become the mares, the stallions old and slow. Here in the snowy mountains where my life began, across hills, ridges and open plains my fellow Brumbies ran. I've led them through winter storms, drought and summer rain, but I can't outrun what follows now. Shield my family from this pain. My ancestors crossed the oceans, but I was born upon this land. These mountains are my birthplace, the Snowies are my clan. These mountains hold our memories, our family history. If home is where you're raised, then this is where we should be. Tell my foal I kept on running. Tell my mare I heard her cry. Tell the mountain I belonged here. Tell the wind I said goodbye. Stay close beside me, little one. The thunder isn't rain. The sky itself is hunting us, and I cannot stop the pain. I gather those I love and turn to face the sound. Though every instinct tells me run, there's nowhere left for us now. These mountains hold our memories, our family history. If home is where you're raised, then this is where we should be. I don't know the reason. I hear the echo of final sound, deadly thunder overhead as I fall upon the ground. Thunder again and again. My heart grows quiet as bullets rain. I thought I had more seasons, more rivers left to roam, more sunrises with my Kosciuszko clan before the mountains called me home. Tell them I was born here, my grandfathers fought their wars. Remind them that this I kept on running. Tell my mare I heard her cry. Tell the mountain I belonged here. Tell the wind I said goodbye.
Just love the track. I think it encapsulates a whole damn thing, which is disgraceful. We can do better than that as a country. That's what I think. This is The Pulse, and my next guest is Rachel McDonald, a proud Wiradjuri woman. Now, she's going to tell me I got that wrong. I've been practicing, I sat here practicing and practicing and practicing, and I still, fingers crossed, I'll get a pass or a fail very shortly. Also, environmental professional, data and analytics specialist, and founder of Telgarth Farm and a member of New Dawn Safe Haven. Rachel has worked on some of Australia's most significant environmental, climate change and renewable energy reforms. Away from that, she has dedicated her life to the care and the welfare of horses. She owns Telgarth Farm and has this as a sanctuary as part of New Dawn Safe Haven, providing a lifelong sanctuary for rescued wild brumbies and supporting humane trapping and rehoming programs. Rachel has rescued many brumby foals and thoroughbreds and other animals in need, believing that environmental stewardship, evidence-based decision-making and compassionate animal welfare can and should work together. Rachel will add one more job to her long list today. Who needs sleep? Hosting a new show with Belinda Williams. It's called Monday Muster. First of all, Rachel, thanks for joining us.
No problem. Thank you for having me again, Mike. And you are very, very close in regards to Wiradjuri. So I think I'll give you a pass tonight.
You know, it's nothing worse than being a nong on air all the time. It's like, I can't get it right. So I do it. I look at some of the news presenters, and they can't pronounce the name properly, and I go, can't you get it right? And I can't get it right. It's one of the, sometimes the English language is a very difficult thing.
Well, we're not talking about English language here. We're talking about our Aboriginal language, so I forgive you for that.
Yes, but it's the English bit coming into it. It's the all teeth and big tongue combining and crashing and distorting what I should be saying. Your show, and along with Belinda's show called Monday Muster, I sort of play this. This is just the intro, and then we'll come back to you. And there you are.
Love it.
Short. There you are. I thought a bit of some good country with a bit of grunt to it. And I've done that.
Well, we're going to be talking about all sorts of things on this show.
Well, tell me some of the things you'll be talking about, and also how important it is to get the message across.
It's the message, it's the education, it's the misinformation and the information that we're trying to get across. It is really, really important that we can have honest conversations with everybody and try and promote what we're doing as a sanctuary, try to promote what we're doing as Brumby advocates, because we aren't those crazy Brumby advocates that other people keep telling us we are, even though I've got crazy hair going on this afternoon. We're just trying to bring everybody together. We want to talk about the latest news. We want to talk about the stories on the ground. We want to talk about advocacy. We want to talk about sanctuary life and what it means, because we at New Dawn have 28 Brumbies in care. And then I've got my own horses that are also under my care. So I am becoming that crazy horse lady. You know how you have crazy cat ladies? Well, I'm kind of that crazy horse lady. But we want to talk about all of the issues that are shaping the future for our Brumbies. And we're not just limited to Kosciuszko. We've got things going on in the courts right now for a national park closer to you, Mike, up near Queensland. It's in New South Wales, but it's northern New South Wales. So we're going to be talking about all of that. We want to talk about things that might go beyond Brumbies. There's so many things that we can really get our teeth into in regards to conversation and communication that needs to happen right across our Brumby world.
The distortion of the truth, which is what government does and what the ISC does, and they have a very good media arm or propaganda arm. They keep pushing and pushing and pushing it. They have their legacy media on tap. They have independent media on tap, who have a lesser obtrusive way, but still effective way of distorting the facts. Can you tell us, for example, in between Yamba and Coffs Harbour, there's this cull going on at the moment.
Urangi, yep.
Yep, I've heard that the numbers are almost, there's hardly any horses there. If that is true, and looking at what's happening at the Kosciuszko National Park, and look what's happened in the Bogong High Plains, it would seem that the ISC egging on, advising the New South Wales state government has just about eradicated all the horses. Tell me how close I am to the truth, or if I'm a long way away.
No, you're very close to the truth there, Mike. And it's not happening just in New South Wales. There's shooting that is scheduled for South Australia. There's shooting that's scheduled for Western Australia. So this is not just limited to New South Wales, although because we have New South Wales national parks that we are trying to communicate with, that's the focus for us at the moment with the Labor government, the Minns government, Penny Sharp, trying to communicate with them about other ways that we can make that we can do things. There's many ways that we can do things. I've spoken about them before, and we won't go into it now because we might talk about it on the show tonight. So I don't want to give away my thunder, but there's so many other things that we can do. But you're right; they are out for total eradication of the horses in New South Wales right now.
Yeah, I was talking to Kelly Wilson from New Zealand, and we're just looking at what's happening globally. And if you look at the US, look at New Zealand, look at the UK, if you look at the US especially, because in New Zealand they've stopped it, enough at the moment. And they're using contraception and stuff, which is way more humane. In Australia and the US, if you look under Trump, he's done away with the protections that are there for a great number of the wild mustangs. And look at in the UK, the Dartmoor Hill ponies. They were at one stage scheduled to be eradicated because they were bad for the environment. They have been there since the Bronze Age. They are the environment. But if you look around the world and look at what's happening in Australia, and I know a lot of people say, he's talking about bloody horses again. But, I've got some close family members who do that. And, just a horse. But it's, first of all, the heritage and this symbolism that horse has for Western society and where we are now. We owe that horse enormous amount of gratitude. You look at the wars that we fought, we owe them enormous amounts of gratitude. We don't do that, though, in this country or other parts of the world.
We did though, Mike.
But we stopped. Why have we stopped?
I can't answer that question, but I'd like to. So,
but don't you have a feeling? I mean, I'm the first to knock this country. When I first went to the States to live, I hightailed it out of here because it was such a cliquey place in my industry to work. And you come back and you expect it to change. It hasn't changed. And it's those with the biggest voice or loudest voice and most money seem to win. And they're winning at the moment with the obliteration of the horse in this country and around the world. You must have an inkling why are we doing this? Is it to stop us to change our history? You know, is it because the horse was bought out here by white honkies? Those white honkies bought the horses out here, and look at the Aboriginals there. You know, that we just trampled them with these horses. Or is it something else?
I think it's the something else, Mike, because I can speak from my own perspective as a Wiradjuri woman. I can also somewhat speak on behalf of the Ngarigo, in that they, in the Snowy Mountains, have these horses in their culture now. Even though they've only been here for over 200 years, the generations of the Ngarigo people that have grown up with these horses on country, they're now part of their culture. They have identified with them. They are part of their song lines. I think it's the other side of it when we're talking about the eradication of these horses across the country. And it's not because of the Aboriginal side saying, no, they weren't here when we were here. It's not that at all. I don't know. Let's tune in to our show at 7 o'clock and see what we talk about on that one.
I don't do that.
I'll leave you with a teaser.
No, good on you. You've still got another 5 minutes, so you're not leaving that early. But it's going to be a very good show. We've offered this to many associations and organisations because, you know, we'd like them, like you all, to have a voice. We're not going to censor you or dictate to you what happens. It's just our way of hopefully putting something back into the community, because we have to. You know, it's our responsibility. It's not all about me. It is about thee, and that's what you're doing. I mean, somebody wrote in and said, "Do you ever sleep?" No,
I don't sleep. Well, maybe 3 hours a day is what I sleep in a 24-hour period. But you know, running what I do, running the sanctuaries that we all do in New Dawn, and then the horses that need daily care, the foals that need attention. I've still got to go out before the show, so just letting you know, and feed another Brumby foal. So we've got a lot to do, and we do it because we're compassionate, we're passionate, and because it's the right thing to do. What we need to talk about is why the government doesn't see that. Why aren't we getting some of the funding that the Invasive Species Council gets in regards to their propaganda machine? Why are we not getting the same in regards to saving the horses? But it's not just the Brumbies. We're talking about horses right across Australia. We're talking about thoroughbreds that need care. Now, some of these organisations step up and provide funding, but the government doesn't. Let's get into that discussion later on too. That's a really deep conversation that we should be having about why are we not getting the voice that we need. And I thank you, Mike, for allowing us to come on and have a weekly show where we can have a voice.
Yeah, we need the support from the community, of course, which we will get, because they all got that love for the horse, and there's a bit of politics involved at the moment. But it's always been that way. And you know, if you lived in the bush, which I have, it's just country politics. And at the end of the day, you'd have a beer with them anyway. So take that out. I think everybody has a great heart, but we actually need to get the message past our already audience. We need to get the message to those who are not aware of what's happening to these magnificent creatures, don't we?
We certainly do, because if you look at, so here's the statistician side, or the data side coming out, as you'll often find with me, excuse me. We have, so if you look at the petition that's going to the upper house in September, the signatures on that is less than 1% of the Australian population. So that tells me that we are not getting the reach, that communication to the rest of Australia, unless you have an interest in horses or you happen to see it on Facebook because your algorithm says, oh, here's something that you might be interested in, because you might have Googled, I don't know, horsehair as an example. But it's not getting out there as much as it should be getting out there, or what it could be getting out there. So this is a really great mechanism to start to make that noise that we need to get heard right across Australia. I had a discussion just the other day with some Sydney-siders who came down to visit the horses. They had no idea what was going on with the Brumbies in regards to the culling, the atrocities that the government is undertaking in regards to the shooting from helicopters and the ground culling. They were just completely oblivious. So this needs to be loud, proud in regards to communication out there to help these horses. We, as a country, as many countries, including America, we were built on the back of a horse. This is how we built things, even as a short time ago as 50, 60 years, we still had horses doing a lot of work. They still have horses in mines in some overseas countries that are smaller, that don't have the machinery that the mining companies now use. So horses are still a really important part of our human history. And to shoot them in the way that they're being shot, I agree with management, but to shoot them in the way that they're being shot right now is just not okay. We need to get that out there.
And we do, and we do a lot of work with the fireys in Victoria, and we've talked to other environmentalists around Australia about the introduction of the wind turbines, those big windmills, and if you look at, as an example, the Great Dividing Range, and they're around in say Queensland, around Townsville, they're bulldozing, just ripping out the top of the Great Dividing Range. This is to save the world, you see.
I can tell you stories about those, having worked in the renewable energy regulator, setting up those big wind farms.
But what happens is, though, besides killing the koalas, we do know that it's a fact, whack in the back of the head. I've seen holes full of these beautiful animals. But once they're up, and if there's a bushfire, and there will be anywhere, right across the country, there's always fires. If the fire happens, you can't send in aerial support because the turbines are too big, too high.
They're 100 metres high.
And you can't get in because there are no roads. What you can do, though, if you have a Brumpy, for example, you can get in. You can get to hard places. But my own opinion is don't build those turbines. And then you got there are other ways of getting energy, but that's another discussion. We're just
an interesting fact on those turbines. The SA-99s are 100 metres tall. The nacelles, which is the engine that sits on the top, they're 10 metres tall, and the blades are 42 metres long and weigh 7 tonne, and there's 360 litres of oil in those nacelles that needs to be changed on a very, very regular basis.
Incredible. Thank you for that. I'm going to use that later on. Always a pleasure chatting with you, Rach. Thank you so much for your time. Looking forward to your show in just over an hour's time.
We'll see you at 7.
Monday Muster. Thank you so much for your time. Coming up next, folks, we'll have have a show called The Protagonists. What am I talking about? It's been around since Adam was a boy. The Protagonists with a great panel will be up very shortly here on the podcast.
We're heading into the last week of winter, and it is going to be a bit of a wet finish for large parts of the country. I'm Angus here at the Bureau of Meteorology. Let's take a look at the national weather forecast for tomorrow. That'll be Tuesday, and we can see a broad band of rain spreading across eastern and southeastern parts of the country. That's being driven by this low pressure area in the south, but it's certainly extending a long way from Tasmania to central Queensland. In behind that low, as it drifts eastwards, we get this H. That's a high pressure region building over central Australia, so that will bring us some pretty fine conditions over much of the interior. Meanwhile, out to the west, a little line of rain here. Doesn't look like much, and it's not much just yet, but that will be a major player for our weather on Wednesday. Let's fly around the states. Starting in Queensland, we see a band of rain and potential thunderstorms stretching from Mount Isa down to the Maranoa Warrego region in the morning. That's going to gradually drift eastwards through the interior, bringing some wet weather, possibly some stormy weather, to much of inland Queensland. If you live on the coast, we're not going to see that band of rain, but there's a chance of a light shower or two from areas Rockhampton down towards Brisbane. Not too much rain expected for those coastal areas. Brisbane, quite a warm day actually, high of 26, and we expect relatively fine conditions right across the north. Now, a wet Tuesday lies in store for almost all of New South Wales. Now, how much rain you get does depend on which side of the Great Dividing Range you live on. If you're in the west, quite a lot of rain and a chance of thunderstorms. A lot of that coming through in the morning. So for the western slopes and plains, all the way up from around Tamworth right down to areas west of ACT, there is a chance of severe storms during the day. That means some thunderstorms could be really punchy, bringing heavy rainfall, damaging winds and even some large hailstones. If you're on the eastern side, so of course that includes Sydney, don't see that same thunderstorm risk. We will have a cloudy day, some patchy rain pushing in late morning and then quite a wet afternoon. Could get 5 to 10 millimetres of rain throughout the day. And rain throughout Victoria as well. Now everyone here likely to get some rain. The heavier falls are going to be the north and the northeast, and we have actually already issued a severe weather warning for heavy rain around the northeastern ranges from about Mansfield up to the New South Wales border. In that area we could see 50 to 60 millimetres of rain. Other parts of the state might be more like 10 to 20 millimetres of rain, including Melbourne. A lot of that falling in the capital during the morning and then drying up for the afternoon with just the odd shower or two lingering throughout the day. And Tasmania does not avoid the wet weather either, although down here it's going to be a bit more patchy and generally lighter falls compared to the mainland. Overall, definitely could summarise it as a cloudy day with stop-start rainfall. We're likely to just see single-digit rainfall accumulations, which is not a whole lot throughout the day, but perhaps enough that it does feel quite wet. Hobart, 15 degrees and not too far distant to all other towns down here. A wet start to the day from Ceduna across to Murray Bridge, including Adelaide and Mount Gambier, picking up quite a lot of rain in the morning. That's on the back of a very wet Monday, so you'll probably be pleased to hear the rain is forecast to clear up during Tuesday. Most of that will be gone by about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The remainder of the day actually becomes very settled and pleasant thanks to this high pressure region which starts to spread over the state, and that will also give us some nice weather for the remainder of the week after tomorrow's rain clears. A dry, bright and mostly sunny day for WA. Cold morning though, a smattering of frost for inland areas, but it should warm up to pretty pleasant temperatures throughout the course of the afternoon. We will see some rain arrive in the far southwest about the Capes during the afternoon, and then a wet finish to the day from Bunbury down to Albany. We don't anticipate any of that rain into Perth for Tuesday, but heads up, certainly a wet day headed your way on Wednesday. And finally to Australia's north, a bit of patchy rain around the Barkly area could affect Tennant Creek and other parts of central NT throughout the day. Not much with that, but perhaps a little spot of rain here or there. Shouldn't see too much of that further north. A nice day across the top end. Darwin mostly sunny and 32. Nice throughout the Kimberley and parts of the Pilbara as well. And after a few wet days through Australia's red centre, we're back to dry weather for Alice Springs and Uluru with high temperatures approximately 20 degrees. That's all I've got for today. We'll be back tomorrow with another video. In the meantime, weather updates available on the Bureau's website and app. Thanks for watching.
So many places where they're using 1080 poison baits.
Yeah, it's an absolute travesty, mate.
It really is.
1080 baits, if you've seen what a 1080 bait does to a dog, it's one of the most horrific things you'll ever witness. And the second you see something like that, you'll be a big advocate for getting rid of 1080 baits. It's not the way to solve the problem with wild dogs and foxes and things like that.
On Sunday, August the 30th, I got a phone call from my husband. I wasn't here, I was out in Aramac staying with family. And he rang me very distressed and crying on the phone and told me that Tippy was dead. And he then described to me how that happened. He said he was inside, heard Tippy outside yelping, which progressively went and rapidly went to screaming, and he was thrashing him, throwing himself around. He went under my car, which is parked on the veranda in a carport, threw himself under the car and up under the wheel arch, obviously looking for sanctuary. Greg tried to grab him and got hold of his leg, and as he did that, he just dropped dead. So he rang me and told me about this, so I was obviously quite distraught as well. And then he had to go into town, into Bundaberg, to pick up for a pre-arranged appointment. And when he came home a couple of hours later, Faye, our Maremma dog, was also dead. So within a couple of hours, we're not sure, any time between 9:30 and midday is when she died on that morning. So yeah, Greg took them to bury them, and he took Ted with him when he buried these two dogs, and Ted was there with him. And after Greg finished burying them, he wouldn't leave. He just laid, he sat, moved around. He wouldn't leave the gravesite. So Greg had to literally pick him up and take him away. So he knew his mates were in there. So yeah, sorry.
1080 is not a humane poison, and despite people's claims that it is humane, we now recognise that that's not the case. It's not good enough to pretend to ourselves that it's humane and keep on doing the same old thing that we've been doing for years. There's no excuse to keep on using a poison that is not humane and that we know is not humane.
The Home Office are giving illegal migrants a booklet on how not to rape women and children.
Handing out booklets to illegal migrants, warning them not to rape women, not to have sex with children under the age of 16, or to beat their wives.
Government has just published a handy guide for illegal migrants on how not to be a rapist, not to be a paedophile, how not to beat women.
Asylum seekers coming to Britain are being given booklets telling them not to rape women.
We need to tell the arrivals that this is wrong. This is an admission of danger.
And welcome back to The Pulse and The Protagonist. Lee Harris has posted on X recently, if you live in a small village of around 400 people and you're concerned that 1,200 unvetted fighting age men from backward cultures are moving into a nearby camp, then have no fear. Our ever vigilant government has produced a pamphlet. It's in a pamphlet telling them that rape is illegal in this country. Oh, really? There you go. Problem fixed, solved. What we're seeing unfolding in the UK is not only a joke, but shows a government completely devoid of governing. Labor is reduced to issuing pamphlets, "Thou shalt not rape," telling illegal migrants not to rape women and girls. By the way, what about the guys, the blokes? Oh, don't worry about them. We'll put that in the next one. Jim Chimmery has produced some brilliant post. He wrote, "The government's duty is to protect its citizens. It chooses otherwise. A state does not print guidance warning against rape unless it has identified a real risk." Wonder what language it's in. Or English. They should be able to read English. You know, they came here illegally. Surely they knew which way to go. The Home Office's own booklet for newly arrived asylum seekers does exactly that, stating that someone who is asleep, drunk, or unable to respond, which sounds like my Friday night, cannot consent, and that marriage does not entitle a man to have sex without agreement every time. The warning was not issued in a vacuum. Sexual offence convictions among foreign nationals rose 62% in 4 years, compared with 39.3% among British nationals, with foreign nationals now accounting for 1 or 7 convictions. The state, I'm going to turn this microphone off because we have, the state identified the risk, putting its warning in writing, then dispersed men whose backgrounds had not been fully established into communities across the country. We're going to talk to a panel on the response to this from other parliamentarians, the legal fraternity, the media, the commentators, and of course the public. Surely the new Prime Minister is a joke. Or has he disowned this as something before his time? What will he do about this, and how much pressure is there for him to act? And what are the rape gangs and complicit politicians and bureaucrats that have not been brought into account by promised inquiries? Our panel today is David Atherton. He's a political commentator, journalist, broadcaster, libertarian, and an advocate for free markets and a free speech. And finally, even though it's been some time now, he's a proclaimed selfish smoker. I think he's given up smoking. No, he hasn't. I've sort of smoked before.
But I'm vaping.
Vaping. Well, that's still smoking. And we have Matthias Deegan is a data and policy analyst who resides in Tenby. And Robin Tilbrook is the leader and chairman of the English Democrats and chairman of the Workers of the England Union. He is an English solicitor and runs his own law firm with some muskets behind him to scare away drunken Aussies, of course. The English Democrats launched in 2002 and are the only campaigning English nationalist party and campaigns for a referendum for independence for England, for St George's Day to be England's national holiday, for Jerusalem to be England's national anthem, to leave properly and fully the EU, for an end to mass immigration, for the cross of St George to be flown on all public buildings in England, and his party supported a yes vote for Scottish independence. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mike. Good morning.
David, I was really interested that you have to have a pamphlet out to say no hokey pokey unless they want hokey
Well, I'm laughing. I shouldn't, because it's very serious. How can one put it? This is astonishing admission by the government into this country. You know, it's the illegal migrants union are prone to be rapey, and they have no respect for law. That many of them believe that as soon as a girl reaches puberty, she can be married, and that marriage. This is one of the most appalling. You know, where we have cultures that are completely antithetical to our sort of, if we go back to 1215 and the Magna Carta, completely the antithesis of what we were brought up in. We are playing with fire, and you know 250,000 women at least. If you reference Rupert Lowe's rape gang inquiry, were raped over a period of 30 years. I think it's a lot more, based on the Rotherham data. Grok, the ex, and the still goes on to this very day. They have learnt nothing from it. And if you look at some of the cases that went to court, most of these people showed not one iota of remorse for what they did.
Robin, thank you for joining us again. Long time no see. I see the musket is still there in preparation if I'm ever back in the UK. Thank you for that warm welcome. What's your thoughts?
Well, I think the most interesting thing in a way about this is that the left has been saying time and time again that there is no danger attached to having all these, as people say, fighting age men from Syria, from Somalia, Pakistan, and all sorts of places where the culture is very different. The left have been saying that there's no danger attached to that. And then now we've got a Home Office leaflet after all, and the Home Office is probably the absolute centre of woke thinking these days, with large numbers of associations within the civil service that are, for instance, there's a Muslim civil service association, the Home Office is a woke outfit, and yet the situation is actually so bad that they've had to produce this leaflet. So it is a great admission as to just how bad some of the behaviour is likely to be, and therefore very worrying.
And Matthias, thank you for joining us too, first time, and great to see you. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, as David and Robin are saying, which is what people are realizing, this is, quite a clear admission of the dangers that these people represent that simultaneously the government is not admitting to. Obviously, Britain does not publish crime data by ethnicity. They don't do that because they know it's bad, and this is obvious. They have the data, which we don't see. So they know that these people represent such a danger, and yet they are willing to put these people on us. Dorset Police released some kind of report at some point this year, and within there they mentioned that asylum seekers made up only 0.08% of their population, but 44% of prisoners in their jails for sex crimes were asylum seekers. Of course, the public and ground level, councillors, so local authority politicians, they know what the issue is. For example, Piddington, this town of like 300 people, I don't know if Robin is sympathetic to this, but they voted to secede from England entirely because the Home Office was dropping 1,200 asylum seekers on them. Obviously, and they actually voted for a Liberal Democrat representative on a platform of accepting refugees. So, regardless of their voting and their sort of public image, they know what the dangers are. We all know what the dangers are, and yet we're being given this problem.
David, a couple of questions for you. Who's the minister responsible for this? The Minister for Silly Walks, maybe? And does this amount to admission of guilt for creating an unsafe country?
Well, indeed. Well, the question, the big question is, does the Conservative and the Labour government really want to end the Channel migrant boat crisis? I don't think they do. You can leave the ECHR, you can temporarily withdraw from the 1951 Refugee Convention. There are so many things you could do. Under maritime law, if somebody enters your country illegally, you can send them back. Also, the 1971 Immigration Act, these people are de jure, de facto illegal immigrants. Now, why can't when these people come in, no passport, no documentation, your asylum is refused, and here's a little note saying that you'll never get a work permit, you'll never get a student permit, and you'll never get residency, you'll never get a British passport because you tried to enter this country illegally. The whole thing to blame for this is it's the blob, the swamp, or whatever you want to call it. This is sort of conspiracy theory is globalism. I've got a funny feeling that this is a possible scenario, that they don't want to offend the people at the United Nations or the WEF. But yeah, the people at the moment to blame for this complete and utter mess was the Tories when they were 14 years in power. They're not, and of course, Keir Starmer and Andy Burnham and the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood is also not really doing anything about it. There is a rage in this country, and I'm pretty sure things are going to kick off in this country if things aren't fixed, and fixed very, very carefully. You look at the Southport riots. You look at the response to Rhiannon White's murder by a Sudanese migrant. We in this country we are sitting on a tinderbox, and the politicians are entirely to blame, of all stripes, but particularly Labour.
Robin, what's your thoughts?
Well, I very much agree with much of what both other panelists have been saying. I think it is a recognition, an official recognition of just how dangerous this policy is of allowing in large numbers of unvetted immigrants, illegal immigrants, as David rightly said. The point is that the politicians could stop this happening. There is certainly the levers available to enable that to happen. It's just they don't want to. There is the lack of political will to do so, and really until that's fixed, this is going to go on. There is without the political will to sort it out, the state is simply going to carry on allowing it, and carry on doing the other thing that they're doing, which is basically stamping down on any sign of protest against this. So what we've got is a state which is enabling this, allowing it all, keeping it all going, and at the same time trying to crack down on anybody who disagrees with it. And we've got legislation whereby they're trying to control what can even be on the internet about it.
Matthias, what's the response from various UK or various parts of UK society? Has there been a response at all?
It's growing anger. I mean, as David says, we are seemingly sitting on a tinderbox. I think it's quite clear that every year all of these chronic issues go unsolved. Unrest just grows. Every summer, the riots and the unrest just increase in intensity. Usually precipitated by some issue, some crisis, some tragedy. Of course, as I said earlier, the Home Office says we're going to drop these people on you, and instantaneously, a Liberal Democrat, a Labour, a sort of left-leaning party or area local authority wants to, go to the extent of seceding from England. These people know what the problem is, and whether you go to some post-industrial northern town where they'll just say to you, we need to shoot the boats, or you go, across the Thames to South London where these people, vote Labour and Greens all their lives, they know what the problem is, and people are just getting angrier and angrier. And as David says, it's unsustainable. It will come to a head at some point if these things don't get solved.
Well, if I can very briefly add as well, if you look at the work of urban historian Professor David Betts, he's actually thinking there's going to be civil war in this country. It won't be like the English Civil War, the American Civil War, or something like that. It'll be something like Northern Ireland, where whereby the different factions of this country, probably Muslim and non-Muslim, will be fighting each other in the same way that they, as I say, they did in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, I'm just also reading that Rupert Lowe, who I really like, I think would be a great Prime Minister if given the chance. Rupert Lowe said he's found there are long-term contracts with service providers to feed and house the illegals, and it's worth billions. Do you think the stench of corruption, Robin, is the overriding factor here?
There's definitely corruption. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. Corruption, actually, I think in this country is much more widespread than people like to imagine. It's rampant within the NHS. It's rampant within policing, as we've seen over the child rape gangs, who it turns out were very much colluding with the police. It is a real problem, but it is sort of symptomatic of the fact that the establishment simply don't want to do anything about this. They are quite content with the numbers coming over. There are occasional inconveniences with the indigenous people getting a bit fed up with it. They clamp down on that as much as they can. They try and prevent people from being heard in complaining, and they're just carrying on with the policy. And in fact, Andy Burnham was saying that he wants to spread the responsibility for sorting out and accommodating illegal immigrants all across the country. So actually, he's probably going to cause, as a result, a situation which is perhaps needed, which is that lots of comfortable middle-class people living in nice areas suddenly find that they've got large numbers of misbehaving illegal immigrants living near them, forced into their communities, and they are going to get very cross about it as well. So actually, it's going to spread the pain. I would just respond to one point that Matthias was making, which is that I'm not sure whether these people, like Piddington, are thinking of seceding from England. What they're seceding from is the United Kingdom, and the United Kingdom is the state entity which is trying to force this policy on us.
And Matthias, would you like to reply to that?
No. Yeah, my bad. That was a bit imprecise. I think. Yeah, I mean, I'm increasingly of the opinion that essentially the state wants this to happen. You have to, whenever these tragedies occur, the relentless headlines of child gang rape and so on and so forth by some Afghan or Eritrean or whatever, you have to make such a long series of excuses for such an amount of stupidity, malice, incompetence, that it becomes the simple explanation to simply say the state wanted this person here to rape and or kill this person. There's not really much else you can or need to say.
David, the contracts were written under the previous government, including those ex-ministers who escaped to reform. What are they saying now?
Well, the Conservative Party has finally woken up and smelt the coffee. But I'm not sure it's sincere. That's the thing about it is, people say you had 14 years to fix immigration. Chris Philp, the Shadow Home Secretary, says some good things. No housing goes to foreign migrants, and we'll stop the boats and we'll send them back and we'll withdraw from the ECHR. I was chatting to a special advisor, a Conservative special advisor, and I asked him what percentage of current Conservative MPs do you think would support leaving the ECHR and having a very, very tough stance on the Channel migrants? He said 40%. So 60% would drag their heels. They would try and sort of water down or even stop proposed Conservative proposals to deal with the migrant crisis. I just don't trust them. I'm reform leaning in the way I look at it. I really do think the Reform Party, and also very much Rupert Lowe as well. I think Rupert Lowe is leading the conversation at the moment, if the truth be known, on immigration. I think they will do something about it. But I only found this out relatively recently, maybe 6 months, a year ago. After the COVID pandemic, where we're all locked down for no reason, and they were worried about, there are 5 million people in this country who could work but choose to be on benefits and welfare, and sort of counter that, what Priti Patel did when she was Home Secretary with the approval of Boris Johnson was to import 2 million people in from the developing world, And and these people are now coming up for their permanent residency. So I'm sorry, the Conservative Party really has got to get its act together, and if they ever get back into power, I'm really not convinced that they're going to do the job.
Yeah, law and order. Jim Chimmery says law and order doesn't exist. Is anyone calling for resignations, Robin?
Well, I'm not sure whether anyone's calling for resignations within the system, but of course many of us think that these people have betrayed the trust that was placed in them, and I think the issue about the Conservative Party is quite interesting. They actually have a sort of recognised system for lying to the population. In campaigning terms, they call it a populist positioning policy. So they say they're going to do something or other, and that positions them in the popular mind, they think, and that leads to people voting for them.
I catch an initiative. I think they call it an eye catching initiative.
Yeah, well, they sometimes call it that as well. But the point that I'm making is that they actually have thought through the way of lying to the people about what they're intending to do. And I remember reading an article by Matthew Parris, who'd been an MP for many years, a Conservative MP for many years. He was saying that in his constituency, the majority of people who voted Conservative supported the death penalty. So he would go around saying he supported the death penalty, although he didn't. Whenever the death penalty issue came up in Parliament, he would always vote in principle for it. And then he was boasting that actually he sabotaged any chance of it going through by then arguing about and voting on all sorts of amendments to make it impossible. So, I think very much the same kind of mentality has been applied to trying to do anything about mass immigration. It's anything that you hear from Conservative or Labour politicians which suggests that they're in any way willing to clamp down on this, that is simply misleading and deliberately so, to try and keep conning people into thinking that they will actually do something about it.
While you're there, Robin, what's the progress of the rape gang inquiries, or is progress a word that should never be used?
So Rupert Lowe did a sort of private one. I thought that was actually useful in terms of keeping people's attention on what was going on and also increasing awareness of exactly how horrific the behaviour of the Pakistani Muslim child rape gangs had been, and the extent of official collusion. So I did think that was useful. As far as the government's official inquiry is concerned, basically there's very little progress. They are sort of organising what they're going to do. It all seems to be very much like watching paint dry, it's very hard to say there's anything worth reporting on it.
Matthias, it is a very slow procedure. Progress should never be used. This has been going on, for how long, David? It's been going for yonks, hasn't it? So, Matthias, how do we get a wriggle on? How do we expedite the rape gang inquiries? How do we bring justice to those that have been violated? And how do we bring those who are responsible, in front of a court of law? And how do we make them accountable?
Well, I think I personally don't have that much confidence in the government's statutory inquiry, given the fact that they would essentially have to indict themselves at every level. And I don't think that they're particularly willing to do that. That is the tragedy of the rape gangs, which has been going on since practically, the first subcontinental migrants arrived here in the 50s. You can find headlines for it going back then. It's a failure at every single level, from the social care workers who are literally feeding these girls to these people, all the way up to the prime ministers who have obviously known about this issue and chosen to keep it quiet. It's been a very deliberate effort over the many decades to cover it up because it is such a horrific problem. And so I don't think, of course, the government is going to drag its feet on it and drag it out as much as possible and do everything in their power to sort of give you some results that make you somewhat happy, but not enough to really hold themselves accountable. There are specific mechanisms in their statutory inquiry to hold specific, institutions and people accountable. The National Listening Project, the National Accountability Hearings. But again, this is a government initiative. No one should ever really expect a government initiative or project to move very fast or be very effective, obviously. This is a government project that has to indict itself for a decades-long horrific tragedy. There's really not an awful lot that we can expect out of this. I think that we just basically need people who, this is what was so good about, Rupert Lowe's inquiry, is that this is an external investigative effort conducted for the most part by people who have no sort of, who aren't represented by this problem whatsoever. You know, state officials and things like that. I think essentially you would need that. I think private efforts are probably either private efforts or a state-led effort by a government that is totally outside, or for the most part outside of this problem, that actually has an interest in holding itself accountable to some extent.
David, can you add to that? Because I'm just saying.
Well, indeed, there was a famous interview in 1982 between a BBC interviewer and Sir John Knott, who was then Robin Day. So Robin Day was the interviewer, and Sir John Knott was the Defence Secretary. And what he said to John Knott was, "You're a here today, gone tomorrow politician." Anyway, John Knott took his microphone off and stormed out of the studio. But he's right. If you're Prime Minister, if you're a minister, you can probably expect to be in power for 3 years, 4 years, maybe 5 years if you're lucky. Then after that, you moved on and you're fish and chip wrapping paper. And I think the Labour Party has particularly gone out to stall and do things at a snail's pace. And the thing that really, really winds me up is no civil servants, no MPs, like people like Jim McMahon, I think, who was in and around the Oldham scandal, won't be called to give evidence under oath. It's just typical Labour cover-up, and I think one of the upticks of what's happened recently has been the Overton window going massively to the right, and and the old phrases about racism and Islamophobia and things like that. It's water off a duck's back these days. But to sum it all up, I think the Labour Party is in a particularly difficult situation, and quite rightly. And they probably don't know exactly what they're doing and where to turn next. And I really do wish them a lot of pain. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's quite incredible. I'm just some of the things I'm reading. I was trying to read you this again from Jim Chimmery, but week after week the headlines bring another report of a woman or girl being sexually assaulted. Now elderly men are among the victims. I'll forget his name wrong, but Brooke Disangli, a Retian man, dragged a pensioner behind a church.
Oh, Mike, can I very briefly interrupt you there?
Yes.
I had 5 Eritreans get in touch with me this week.
Eritreans, good on you.
Yeah,
well, there'll be more. It's your fault.
Yeah, and they told me that guy's surname is not Eritrean. He's actually Ethiopian. If you're Eritrean and you come to this country, it's unlikely your asylum application will be turned down. They sent me his Facebook page, and it's all in Aramaic, the native language of Ethiopia. So this is a double scandal. It's not only the rape in the Harrow in Harrow near the church. The guy also lied to get into this country in the first place.
Incredible, isn't it? And then you have I'll get this name wrong too, probably wrong nationality, probably an Ethiopian too, Afghani Khan Agar and Nurullah Ahmazi or Amazai. They arrived by a small boat, was moved through 2 home office hotels while the asylum claim was pending, raped a woman at knife point in a London park while threatening to kill her date. Are the English... Are you guys just sitting back, or is the populace sitting back going, what next? We'll just have to wait and find out. What are they doing, Robin? You've got some very serious problems at the moment, and it would seem that the British people are just sitting around waiting and waiting and waiting for salvation of some sort.
I agree. It does seem that way, but it's I think part of the issue is people in Britain and certainly in England have for a long time been sort of conditioned to the idea that the state is benevolent, it's looking after us. People want to do their best for us. I mean, the sort of conversation you used to have in the pub was, if they knew about it, they would sort it out. Whereas I think what's happening is an important a raising of awareness that actually they are the problem. They won't sort it out. They are the ones who are causing it. The people are beginning to be more and more aware that it is the state that's actually causing the problem. And I think a prosperous little village or town in Oxfordshire, Piddington, their reaction to discovering that they're going to be the next victims of having a huge number of illegal immigrants dumped in a formerly abandoned MOD base. That's what's people are becoming aware that the state is a problem, and I think that awareness is the thing that starts people thinking that they've got to do something about it. And you see this progress. People refer to Northern Ireland. You see this in what happened there. People did start off years ago simply protesting and trying to influence the politicians, and eventually the people there decided that the politicians weren't worth influencing, and you couldn't influence them effectively, and that's basically when it did become a sort of civil war.
Matthias, what are your thoughts? Are they just standing around and watching and waiting for salvation?
As a incensed young man, seeing these headlines relentlessly, obviously, I'm very emotional about it all, and I would like to see things change. And I think that's the same for, I talk to friends, and it's a healthy split between, I come from an area that's completely unaffected by these things, and that's how I grew up, which was not really thinking that this stuff was a problem, and kind of being a vaguely pro-immigration sort of guy. And then I moved to East London, and I realized I couldn't reconcile those opinions with what I was seeing around me. And so I get a healthy split of people who are from this local area who think there's no problem, but also young people like me who are furious, and they want to see things happen, whatever that might be. The public's confidence in the state is at a complete record low. No one, practically nobody has any sense of legitimacy for the state. You can see that obviously in voting behavior, which is just dumping all the votes at the next best alternative. Which is why I think that the British people are still putting their confidence in the political solution, the political solution to these problems, which is good, but we're really running at to the end of our string on that. And I think if things aren't fixed over the next election or two, I think this pattern of growing unrest every summer is just going to then spiral into the sort of anger that we've seen from British people in Northern Ireland.
David, what do we do? How do we fix it? How do we get as they would say, the classics, and I can use it because I'm in Australia, how to get a rocket up the arse? And sorry about that. I have a lawyer who will protect me, won't you?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, the British public is taking the law into their own hands at the moment. For example, up in Liverpool, there's what's called the Liverpool Guardians, and what they do is, particularly Saturday night, they'll wander in the late hours at night, early hours of the morning, making sure. What happens in all over the country at the moment is you get all these migrants who congregate outside nightclubs, waiting for drunk women to come out, and then they're led off into car parks and raped and things like that. Now, British people are now beginning to take the law into their own hands and actually policing these people and making sure women get home, women get in a cab. In Northern Ireland, I think it's law. I hesitate to use the word lawless, but it's a little bit more robust in Northern Ireland. The thing about the Northern Ireland is you see the most extraordinarily unison of Catholics and Protestants in the North united in their aim to get rid of migrant rape and violence in the province. And in fact, the Sinn Féin IRA have been so awful in being pro-refugee welcome. There's now there is a clear majority of 60% of people in Northern Ireland who actually want to stay a part of Britain simply because of what Sinn Féin has done on immigration. Politically, I think the Labour government has run out of road. The Conservative Party has run out of road. I think Labour and the Conservative Party know exactly what is wrong, but don't want to do anything about it. I think with the Labour Party as well, I think their sort of sly thing is, look, we're importing a new electorate for vote for us. The working class have by and large deserted the Labour Party, and they've gone to reform. They've also going to restore at the moment. I see all these things on social media. People have been red pilled, and they've seen the light. And they used to be sort of a left wing, and now they sort of ironically on far right. When will it finally break, and when will politicians finally do something? We probably need a general election for that.
And Robin, will a general election fix the problem?
Not necessarily. One of the things that we're seeing with elections is the rise of sectarian voting, and there's also a massive problem with electoral fraud and corruption. The lead judge in the electoral court, in the High Court, Sir Richard Morney, KC, he's been saying for years that our electoral system wouldn't disgrace a banana republic. So I don't have a great deal of confidence in the electoral system to fix the problem generally. That's not to say it's not worth taking part in at all, because obviously what we're talking about is what can be discussed, and as David rightly been saying, Rupert Lowe has been saying things that years ago wouldn't have been even contemplated, anybody saying them in Parliament. So the electoral system can produce some helpful results, but I'd be quite surprised if the electoral system manages to sort out the extent of the problems that we've got at the moment. And that is unless the politicians are really driven to it by fear of what the consequences will be if they don't do it. Of course that was what happened in Northern Ireland, that you did wind up with very sectarian voting patterns. Really, we haven't quite got to that point yet with the English population. You saw this in the Gorton and Denton by-election. The Pakistani Muslim community voted en bloc for a Green candidate, and the white English, mostly working class population, many of them didn't vote, and those that did, they voted all over the place. Reform did, however, get a much bigger vote than they'd previously got, but not enough. If the white English working class had voted equally sectarian, on an equally sectarian basis, to the Muslim voters, then Reform would have won that seat.
Matthias, as the youngest one here, although we look older than we really are, not really, but as the youngest one, do you worry about the future? Do you think that enough will turn out for the next general election? Actually, I'll ask everybody this one, and start with you, Matthias. Will you get enough people turning out to make that difference, or has apathy set in?
I hear pretty commonly that people think, people my age, my generation, just have basically lost faith in the future of the country and are going to leave. Just all the time, it's always, I'm going to go to this place, I'm going to go to that place, I'll move to Europe or America and stuff. There's nothing for me here. Across the board, totally sort of bipartisan attitude, which is just that there's nothing here, and the country is just failing, which of course is a profound shame. spend a lot of time angry and upset and frustrated, but I also have optimism. I have faith in the future, and I think, just on that point, as can a general election fix things? I think people are obviously clearly losing faith in that idea, but it could. You never know. It could. The nice thing about Parliament is that it has almost infinite power. It can do whatever it wants, which of course just goes back to this point that we keep making, which is that they could solve this problem and all these problems if they wanted to. They just decide not to. So I have faith. My generation is pretty checked out from the whole thing, either not voting at all or just throwing a vote at something and generally just thinking, yeah, I'll just go somewhere else and raise my family somewhere else, because right now, and especially in the future, there's nothing for me here.
David, that's actually quite alarming.
Yeah, if we don't get a centre-right government in 2029, I'm looking to move to America or possibly Poland. I'll take my pension with me, rent my house out, and I can live reasonably well for that kind of money. I would suggest to you that 2029 will be the fulcrum of Britain as a nation. I think by the time 2034 comes around, demographics will take us over. In 2063, theoretically, white British people will become a minority in this country. We have one general election to save this country, and I've got a funny feeling we're not going to do it. So I'm sort of looking at me Florida brochures at the moment, and my brother's American, and so I probably get myself a long-term residence visa there. We'll get a green card straight away, a permanent residency. But I could probably be in a position to. Probably in a position to get settle there permanently in the long term. Also, as well, the state of free speech at the moment is so bad. Choose your words carefully, because I'm so outspoken on X. The State Department has said to me they would consider my application for asylum should I be particularly picked on by the state.
It's interesting, and I could see you in a very loud yellow shirt with pineapples under it or something. I think you meant. Actually, I have those, so I'm not going to be terribly rude about them. They're magnificent shirts.
Yeah.
But I lived in Hawaii for a while, so I haven't let that part go just yet. You don't want to come to Australia. We're following you guys pretty quickly behind what you guys do. We're doing here.
Albanese.
It's a very, very scary thought. Robin, what's your thoughts besides Florida?
I think my mindset is to stand and fight, and I wouldn't be looking to find any asylum somewhere else. Well, I suppose it leads obviously to the joke that we're practically in asylum already. But we have got certainly an important election at the next election. But the problem is that we've got various different groups fighting on the sort of notionally patriotic side. So you've got the Conservatives still saying that they are patriotic, although I think that there's a big question mark over that. And then you've got Reform. With Nigel Farage, and they say they're patriotic, and then you've got Restore with Rupert Lowe saying that he's patriotic. You also got various other groups. So, for instance, at the last by-election, we had Reclaim with Lawrence Fox saying that he's patriotic. And even William Coulson of the SDP saying that he was patriotic. So you've got lots of different parties. There's not that much of agreement about what should happen, and there's all sorts of egotistical personalities who basically are sort of fighting vendettas between each other rather than focusing on what's good for the country. And of course, it's in that situation that Labour have now got a new Prime Minister who hasn't yet registered with the public as just how awful he is, because he's at least as bad as Starmer. He not only wants to implement various sort of Fabian policies, but he's also looking to try and cement into the constitution the breakup of England. So he is really an enemy of anybody who's even remotely patriotic, and yet because of the divisions on the political right, it may well be that if he calls a snap general election, he will win, keep a large majority in the House of Commons. The House of Lords has basically been completely taken over by Labour appointees, so we're now at a point where almost any change to the Constitution could legally be made. The only issue really is whether the people will put up with it, and at the moment I think people are just sort of struggling to understand just how bad an enemy the state has become.
I think, and we're all hoping, I am anyway, that David has a very large house with a spare room for each of us, because truly the future is not so bright. And if you have a poor turnout, which could happen, or you have apathy, which, as Matthias mentioned, it could happen, then there is a chance that Labor won't be replaced, which, if that happened, David leaves very quickly, Matthias is gone, Robin's going to stand there with his musket. But but Matthias, what about for the rest of the UK? What happens? Do you think, as we wrap this up, do you think Labor can win?
I like to think I'll stay and fight like Robin. This is my home, after all. I wouldn't like it to go.
It's a nice place.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I mean, this is the thing, is that it doesn't necessarily have to be Labour. We've had, essentially a Labour government in power since about New Labour, as we call it, the Uni Party. It's the Tories and Labour are the exact same party. They just look slightly different. Their policies are practically identical. Their motivations are practically identical. So we've sort of, I think, rather than having Labour in power forever, we'll just have a continuation of what we've already had, which has been catastrophic enough, and looks about the same, which is just the same people with the same ideas and the same motivations over and over and over again, until we die. And of course, this is the thing, is that, yes, obviously I'm optimistic, but every civilization comes to an end at some point, and the oft-cited example is South Africa, and they fought wars over this and they lost, and it's over for them. It's just there's nothing left, and of course we're already seeing sort of hints of that here in different places, and it could just go that way. We could just, as the balkanization of the political landscape increases, as multiculturalism sort of takes hold, and politics just becomes this ethnic battle. We just experience this slow grinding and then precipitous decline into total irrelevance and just total destruction.
David, terrible news. You have about 30 seconds to enunciate your final thoughts.
Well, the biggest worry is that the next general election, there could be a progressive alliance of the Greens, the Labour Party, the Liberal Democrats. The right at the moment is completely split. The sad thing is Nigel Farage and Rupert Lowe were unable to come to an understanding about seats at the next general election. I think what will happen is, I think Restore will be the outlier, and I think Farage will actually have an alliance with the Conservative Party. But all three people need to be there. The future of Britain depends on 2029 or the next general election. I think we're going to fail. And I wish I could be more optimistic. I think the only thing that's going to be happening is going to be civil war.
Fantastic. You'll be in Florida, and I'll be there looking for a free room, by the way, because we are following you guys very quickly. And Robin, you're there with your musket as quickly. You got 20 seconds to enunciate.
Yeah, I don't think my musket would be much use if David's right about the Civil War. I do fear about the next general election that we may wind up with exactly that problem, that the left does unite, and the right is disunited, and at that point we are in a different country where it's impossible to predict what the outcome will be. David Betts, the Professor of War in the Modern World at King's College London, he's been saying that we'll be like Lebanon, where you've got sort of ethnic enclaves which are simply at war with each other, and the state is powerless to do anything about controlling it. So the alternative to sorting things out through the ballot box is fairly cataclysmic.
Fantastic. Nothing like finishing a show on a very uplifting comment. David Atherton, Robin Tilbrook and Matthias Dean, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. This is The Protagonists.
The Home Office are giving illegal migrants a booklet on how not to rape women and children.
Handing out booklets to illegal migrants, warning them not to rape women, not to have sex with children under the age of 16, or to beat their wives.
Government has just published a handy guide for illegal migrants on how not to be a rapist, not to be a paedophile, how not to beat women.
Asylum seekers coming to Britain are being given booklets telling them not to rape women.
We need to tell the arrivals that this is wrong. This is an admission of danger.
We're heading into the last week of winter, and it is going to be a bit of a wet finish for large parts of the country. I'm Angus here at the Bureau of Meteorology. Let's take a look at the national weather forecast for tomorrow. That'll be Tuesday, and we can see a broad band of rain spreading across eastern and southeastern parts of the country. That's being driven by this low pressure area in the south, but it's certainly extending a long way from Tasmania to central Queensland. In behind that low, as it drifts eastwards, we get this H. That's a high pressure region building over central Australia, so that will bring us some pretty fine conditions over much of the interior. Meanwhile, out to the west, a little line of rain here. Doesn't look like much, and it's not much just yet, but that will be a major player for our weather on Wednesday. Let's fly around the states. Starting in Queensland, we see a band of rain and potential thunderstorms stretching from Mount Isa down to the Maranoa Warrego region in the morning. That's going to gradually drift eastwards through the interior, bringing some wet weather, possibly some stormy weather to much of inland Queensland. If you live on the coast, we're not going to see that band of rain, but there's a chance of a light shower or two from areas Rockhampton down towards Brisbane. Not too much rain expected for those coastal areas. Brisbane, quite a warm day actually, high of 26, and we expect relatively fine conditions right across the north. Now, a wet Tuesday lies in store for almost all of New South Wales. Now, how much rain you get does depend on which side of the Great Dividing Range you live on. If you're in the west, quite a lot of rain and a chance of thunderstorms. A lot of that coming through in the morning. So for the western slopes and plains, all the way up from around Tamworth right down to areas west of ACT, there is a chance of severe storms during the day. That means some thunderstorms could be really punchy, bringing heavy rainfall, damaging winds and even some large hailstones. If you're on the eastern side, so of course that includes Sydney, don't see that same thunderstorm risk. We will have a cloudy day, some patchy rain pushing in late morning and then quite a wet afternoon. Could get 5 to 10 millimetres of rain throughout the day. And rain throughout Victoria as well. Now everyone here likely to get some rain. The heavier falls are going to be the north and the northeast, and we have actually already issued a severe weather warning for heavy rain around the northeastern ranges from about Mansfield up to the New South Wales border. In that area we could see 50 to 60 millimetres of rain. Other parts of the state might be more like 10 to 20 millimetres of rain, including Melbourne. A lot of that falling in the capital during the morning and then drying up for the afternoon with just the odd shower or two lingering throughout the day. And Tasmania does not avoid the wet weather either, although down here it's going to be a bit more patchy and generally lighter falls compared to the mainland. Overall, definitely could summarise it as a cloudy day with stop-start rainfall. We're likely to just see single-digit rainfall accumulations, which is not a whole lot throughout the day, but perhaps enough that it does feel quite wet. Hobart, 15 degrees and not too far distant to all other towns down here. A wet start to the day from Ceduna across to Murray Bridge, including Adelaide and Mount Gambier, picking up quite a lot of rain in the morning. That's on the back of a very wet Monday, so you'll probably be pleased to hear the rain is forecast to clear up during Tuesday. Most of that will be gone by about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The remainder of the day actually becomes very settled and pleasant thanks to this high pressure region which starts to spread over the state, and that will also give us some nice weather for the remainder of the week after tomorrow's rain clears. A dry, bright and mostly sunny day for WA. Cold morning though, a smattering of frost for inland areas, but it should warm up to pretty pleasant temperatures throughout the course of the afternoon. We will see some rain arrive in the far southwest about the Capes during the afternoon, and then a wet finish to the day from Bunbury down to Albany. We don't anticipate any of that rain into Perth for Tuesday, but heads up, certainly a wet day headed your way on Wednesday. And finally, to Australia's north, a bit of patchy rain around the Barkly area could affect Tennant Creek and other parts of central NT throughout the day. Not much with that, but perhaps a little spot of rain here or there. Shouldn't see too much of that further north. A nice day across the top end. Darwin mostly sunny and 32. Nice throughout the Kimberley and parts of the Pilbara as well. And after a few wet days through Australia's red centre, we're back to dry weather for Alice Springs and Uluru with high temperatures approximately 20 degrees. That's all I've got for today. We'll be back tomorrow with another video. In the meantime, weather updates available on the Bureau's website and app. Thanks for watching. We're heading into the last week of winter, and it is going to be a bit of a
Gone so quiet now, no birds sing in the dawn. The creek still winds through ancient stone, but everyone is gone. I walk the ridge where I was born and call into the sky, but only echoes answer me, and I don't know why. There's sorrow in the snow tonight, there's fear beneath the trees. The mountain holds its breath for us and trembles in the breeze. Why am I so alone? Why in the only country I have known? What did I do wrong? Can somebody tell me why I was only living free beneath the mountain sky? Why do the gentle always cry? They speak of me in hard words now, as if I have no name, as if my heart is not a heart, as if I feel no pain. But I have loved our country well, the grass is rain and stone. I carried life across these hills and never walked alone. My mother's breath is in this wind, my father's in this ground. The bloodline of the mountain horse still echoes all around. Why am I so alone? Why in the only country I have known? What did I do wrong? Can somebody tell me why I was only living free beneath the mountain sky? Why do the gentle always cry? I remember my mother's shadow moving softly through the snow. I remember running beside her have gone, but she won't tell me why. The valley wears a heavy grief, the stars seem far away. Every sound upon the mountain makes me fear another day. I never wanted anything but to stay where I belong. I only knew the ancient pathways, the rivers and the songs. And if you walk these mountains with me, you might understand the love a heart can carry for both family and land. Why am I so alone? Why in the only country I have known? What did I do wrong? Can somebody tell me why I was only living free beneath the mountain sky? Why do the gentle always cry? Country, keep my family near, hold them safely in your light. If they wander through the darkness, guide them gently through the night. And if one heart still remembers, if one voice still sings our song, then perhaps we're not forgotten, and perhaps we still belong.
Good evening and welcome to our very first Monday Muster.
Thank you all for joining us. It's a very exciting evening.
It is a very exciting evening, isn't it? So this is our first show, Monday, 7 o'clock every week. We're going to be doing a bit of a roundup with Belinda. Belinda's my co-host on this. Sometimes it might be me, sometimes it might be both of us, sometimes it might just be Belinda because we've all got stuff to do. But anyway, you're going to get one of us every week on us at 7 o'clock with the Monday Muster. So I'll introduce myself. I'm Rachel McDonald. You may have seen some of our interviews before with Mike. Belinda, I think you've also done a few interviews with Mike.
I've had the privilege of being on the show before, and even more privilege now being allowed to host my own position here once a week.
It's great.
I'm sure a lot of you do know me. I have been around for a while. I have been invested in this Brumby saga for quite a few years now, and I love the fact that we now have a voice to express how we're feeling, perhaps bring up topics that haven't been addressed before, and just to keep you all informed of what's going on.
That's exactly what we need to do, Belinda. So let's have a little bit of an introduction about what we're going to talk about on a weekly basis. We are perfectly imperfect, I should say, so we aren't going to have a perfectly polished scripted show. We are going to roll with it. We're going to have a few guest speakers. We're going to talk about sometimes things that might be controversial. We're going to talk about things that hopefully give us some laughs and maybe some tears along the way. But we want the Monday Muster to be a conversation, sometimes serious, sometimes not so serious. So let's get into it with an introduction. Belinda, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
How did you come into the Brumbies first in your life? Was there one particular horse, or was there a moment that started it all for you with regards to Brumbies?
What truly started this for me was that day in October 2023 when Penny Sharp stood in front of the cameras with a smug and self-satisfied look on her face and said that she had no other choice but to start shooting horses from helicopters again. Now, my heart went straight back to how I'd felt not long before I was married. I was preparing to be married. I was getting ready for an engagement when the news broke on Guy Fawkes. And it put me into a place that I thought I'd never be in again, because this was finished in New South Wales. This was never going to happen again. And that was the moment for Brumbies. So I had always been on the periphery. I have had horses my whole life. I have bred horses, I've shown horses, I've helped other people with their horses, I have worked as a stable hand when I was at high school. I have done all of those things, but Brumbies were always something that were there and were amazing and were beautiful and were, separated from me living in Sydney. There was no Brumbies in Sydney. It was a 6-hour drive down to Kosciuszko. You had a life. I didn't get to see those things on a regular basis. But this has opened up a whole new world for me now, because while on the one hand we have this awful thing that we're fighting and this government that isn't prepared to listen, I have met a plethora of wonderful people who are doing so much good work, and now I also have the horses in my life. So I still have some of my own horses, but I've also introduced the Brumbies into that environment as well, and they are very different.
They certainly are. So what do you think that a Brumby brings that people don't understand until they actually have been able to spend time with a Brumby? I've got Brumbies myself, and I know you've got Brumbies, but they are very special creatures. What do you think that you get out of it and people don't understand about the Brumby?
Well, I think subtlety is a word that keeps coming back to me. Brumbies speak a language that is the same as a domestic horse, but so worldly different. They're such subtle creatures. I've been amazed with how easy it's been when I've taken horses and put them into an alien environment for them. Bring them into a round yard, introduce them to all sorts of different things, like even something as simple as a feed dish or a water dish. And they're so inquisitive, so incredibly able to learn. They pick up on body cues so easily, and I can speak their language when I'm working with them so much more effectively than I can with, a domestic horse that is sort of, maybe a little bit dulled to that natural energy and that natural language that the Brumbies speak. And I've seen that when they're actually together. The way my domestic horses speak to them is almost like the difference between, a sledgehammer and, an artist's brush. The domestic horses are so much more forceful in the way they do everything and their language, whereas the Brumbies, it's just a flick of an ear or the twitch of an eye, and you see the signal is given to you straight away as to what they're going to do. So,
the word you said, they're subtle. They are, in my experience as well, very subtle in their cues. You have to listen, but they listen to you intently, and it's very subtle. It's like you said, it's very different to our domestic horses. And I, like you, have had horses since I was knee-high to a grasshopper, which is one of the quotes that I've said there previously. You've seen a lot happen in the Brumby world, Belinda. What keeps you fighting for them when things get difficult?
Well, while there's still one horse to fight for, that's still worth it. I love horses from the bottom of my soul. I can't do anything else. I can't accept the people that come on and say they're just feral animals and they need to be shot. I can't accept that. I don't accept it. I will continue to fight for them. Each time we have a setback, you pick yourself up, you go and you cry and you say all sorts of things and you worry, and then you pick yourself up and you say, okay, well, what's next? Where's our next step? Who do I write to this time? Who do I speak to? What's our avenue? And I think the last 3 or 4 months has been so much better than what it was 3 years ago. 3 years ago, you didn't see anything in the media. You got no's from everyone you spoke to, but now you're starting to get the yeses. Now you're starting to see people engaging with you from, across Australia and around the world. And that's a really positive thing. So it doesn't matter how many horses there are now. It doesn't matter if there's 1, 50, 100. You fight for them and you keep going.
That's exactly what we do. We keep fighting. We'd love them all to stay in the park, in the Osco National Park, in every national park, but that's a way to go yet. Some great movement today.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important topic. I know that all of us would like the horses to be in the park, and that is our goal. I know that there is, legal action on a number of fronts that are trying to stop the culling or the shooting. There is the petition still with part for the upper house that is still open. It closes on the 4th of September. So that is still gaining signatures, and it's up over 27,000 last time I looked. So we still have all those things in the pipeline that tell us there's a chance that the horses may be able to stay there and they may be left alone. But if that doesn't happen, if that's not possible, then we need to have all the people that are supporting rehoming ready to take more horses and ready to give them the opportunity to have a fulfilling life in a different place.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that a little bit later in the show. But my next question for you, Belinda, is there a Brumby that has stolen your heart?
I have two at the moment. I have two that have stolen my heart at the moment. I have two babies. They're a little over a yearling, probably officially 2 at the moment. I'm not quite sure. We don't have a birth date, but they are amazing. I have Firefly and Lily, and they are from the Northern Territory, and they came into my life in January of this year, and we have just been working together, on a daily basis. They're both very different. We have the colt and the filly, and Lily is a firecracker. I can't separate the two as to who's going to be my favourite, sorry, because they're both so very different. Yeah. So Lily is your typical redhead, and she is very quick to tell you if you're invading her privacy. She's very quick to let you know that she's happy with what you're offering. She's brave, so brave. I had a mattress on the ground the other day. We were doing some stretches and things before I was having a lesson, and most horses, they're not going to walk up to a big foam mattress on the ground, but no, she rocked straight up and what's this on the ground, and bent down and sniffed it, and then I picked it up, and this big thing, 6 foot long foam mattress lifted up in front of her. She's like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, I'm interested, can I eat it? And then you have Firefly, and Firefly does everything at a walk. So he'll be down the back of the paddock, like way down, and all the horses have come running up because dinner time, but he will just walk. He will walk the whole way until he gets there. And that's how his training's been. Everything is at a walk. So we just take things one step at a time. And he is lovely. He comes over, he'll put your head right up against your chest. He will, see what you've got in your hands. He'll sniff you, see what smells are on you today, and it's just, he's completely different. So they're both stolen my heart.
You're allowed to have more than one.
Yeah.
many Brumbies here, and I don't think I could pick a single Brumby that has stolen my heart because they are all so very different. But something to note here in this conversation is that Brumbies are right across Australia. We don't just have Brumbies in the high country of Victoria or the high country of New South Wales. There are Brumbies all across Australia. So both Belinda and I have Northern Territory Brumbies here as part of New Dawn.
That's correct. No, we have Brumbies right across Australia, and we talk about the aerial culling in New South Wales. Now that was something that had been outlawed effectively. in the early part of this century. You know, it's been, and that for me was close to home. But at the same time, we were seeing this happening in Victoria, we were seeing this happen in the Northern Territory, talking about it in Western Australia. Perhaps other people could fill me in on the status with South Australia. I know that it occurs in Queensland. We would like to see this stopped across the country, but I want to start with New South Wales, where I live, because you know, where else do you start but your own backyard? But the horses that we have across this country are amazing, and they're all very different.
Yes, exactly. They have, but they still have.
It's your turn, though, Maz. I need to start asking you a few questions.
It's my turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about you? Where did your journey begin with Brumbies?
Well, my journey began about 6 years ago when I took in my first orphan foal, a Brumby foal that somebody posted on Facebook that they could not look after, and I, being me, said, yeah, I can do that. My motto is never say no. Sometimes that bites me in the backside, but I said, yeah, I can do that. I've been around horses my whole life, just like you. I've bred, trained, raced, broken in, shown, and I have a silly amount of horses. I think I've got 18 of my own horses, and that's not including the Brumbies that are here on Sanctuary. So for me, the Brumbies started with this little baby who needed help, and she was 3 days old when she came to me, and it took a lot, but their intelligence, their love, their trust was just something well and truly beyond the domestic horses that I've been around my whole life. I was riding up in the mountains often and seeing the Brumbies before this, but having my own Brumby, and I think isn't it every little girl's dream to have a Brumby? It certainly was mine. When the Brumby running back in the 80s was still a thing, I always wanted to have a Brumby. And all of these people in my life said, I'll get you a Brumby, Rachel, I'll get you a Brumby. Well, it never occurred until I was in my, I'm not going to say how old I am, but not long ago. And to have this little being, this amazingly special, intelligent, trusting, tough, oh my gosh, they're tough. When I have to do my domestic horses' feet, which is normally on a 6 to 8 week cycle, the Brumbies, even though they're not running over the high country anymore here on my property, they still don't have to have their feet done as often as a domestic horse. They are just tough animals with such a huge heart. I think they've got a heart bigger than Barlat myself. They probably couldn't race as fast as him, but they've got a bigger heart than him. So that's where my journey started, was with my little baby horse called Clancy. Clancy with an E, so you know it's a girl, and I chose Clancy because it's Clancy of the Overflow, and she came out of the Snowy Mountains. So there's a bit of a story to that and to her. But getting up every hour, because she wasn't too bad when she came to me.
I was going to ask you what the schedule is for feeding a foal, because I've fed lambs and goats and all sorts of other babies, but never a foal, and I know it's pretty hectic.
It is. So I'm lucky that I've got a gooseneck or caravan with a float on the back of it, so I can actually sleep with them and get up on a regular basis. But when they're really, really little, it's at least every hour. Sometimes it's more. With our latest baby, Lena, she was very, very tiny, and she didn't get the colostrum off her mother. So we needed to give her a plasma transfusion, and she needed to be looked after, kept warm, and fed little bits to get her energy back up. So she was every half an hour for a good week, and then I could stretch it out to an hour. But it's every hour, but 24 hours a day when you're talking about bringing up a baby foal.
Oh, it's an incredibly big commitment.
Oh, it certainly is. And then Once they get to about the 4-week-old mark, then you can stretch it out so that you could do a 6-hour stint of a nighttime and actually have a sleep. I think we've lost. Oh no, you're back. So you can stretch it out of a nighttime once they get to about a month old, where you can have a sleep overnight for about 6 hours, but then during the day it's still every hour. Baby Lena right now, she's 5 months old, and I still give her 8 bottles a day.
Yeah. Because you had a few there at the moment. You have 4, I think.
Yeah, we've got 4 bottle babies.
And they're all slightly different stages. They're a few weeks apart each.
They were, yes, they were. So some of them were a couple of weeks off their mum before they were found, and they've all got different stories. But we can talk about their stories at another time just to keep people, excited. But they've all got different stories and different journeys. But baby Lena, she was 24 hours old when I got her. Little Clancy was 3 days old when I got her, and that was what started my journey with the Brumbies. Not only, well, my own journey, I suppose, with the Brumbies, because we would ride up at the park a lot, and we'd look at the Brumbies. They never came close. We'd sometimes have Brumbies come through the camp, but they were always at a distance. But yeah, my personal journey with Brumbies started a few years ago now with Clancy.
Yeah. Did you realise that just helping with individual horses wasn't enough and something bigger was going to be needed?
Well, funny you should ask that, because I actually had a conversation with a few people because I was doing my will. Now, this might be a little bit morbid for some people, but you have to look after the animals that you've got in your care. Yeah. And I was doing my will, and I thought, what am I going to do with these horses? And I had a few discussions with different people in the Brumby world, and I decided that I could do more than just will my horses into a sanctuary. I could become a sanctuary. Yeah. So I did. So that's what I've started now with New Dawn. And New Dawn is an amazing organisation that Brumbies stay in sanctuary for life. We don't rehome. We take on a lot of horses that maybe don't in the domestic space, and sometimes Brumbies don't. They don't.
How do you feel those newborn, those new babies that have to do with people, sort of, how are they different to those ones that have come in, perhaps from different situations that weren't appropriate?
Well, they don't have the trust issues that some of the older horses do, but in saying that, they are still very, very one person or two people orientated. So my babies, of course, so for them, I'm their world. And if somebody else comes in, baby Lena's a different story, because she's just, I take her in the house, I open the kitchen door, she comes into the house.
Well, you see little kids too,
Don't tell my husband. But some of the others who are a little bit older are not quite so people orientated. But the bigger, older horses that come in, they've got some trauma that they're working through, and that may be because of the trapping, it may be because they've been chased by helicopters, it may be because of the trucking. There's a whole range of reasons why these horses come into a situation in a domestic space and they're not suited to what somebody thinks a horse should be. And this is part of what I want to do with our program, is to try and educate people around what a Brumby is and how you can make the best life for the Brumby.
There we go, is Rachel back? Okay, so I think Rachel, I think Rachel's back. Rachel, are you still there? 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 Rachel,
Oh, did I go away?
Yeah, I think you glitched for a minute there.
Oh, okay. So I'll just keep going. Technology, we love it, don't we? But there are times where they just don't fit into domestic life, and a sanctuary like New Dawn can help. And there are other sanctuaries that do this as well. But with New Dawn, we try and make these horses fit in where they want to fit. You know, some of these horses just need to be left in a paddock. You've still got to bring them in to have care. They've still got to come in and have food. They've still got to have hoof care, vet care, but under their terms is what we need to do, and that's what we're there for.
Yeah, no, that's right. There's always going to be horses that don't, or we really shouldn't consider making them fit into a normal domestic situation. But regardless, they do. Once we take responsibility for them, they have to have all of those things you just mentioned. It's not a case of getting a Brumby and putting it in a paddock and expecting that that's the end of the story.
That's right. That's
exactly where it's minimal. You might be lucky and you can just put them out, and they may need very little interaction, but they're still going to need, all the basic vet care that you would give a domestic horse. Regular worming, skin care, various other things. They're going to need hoof care, like you say, if they're not wearing their feet down as much as they need to. And they're going to need supplementary feeding. You can't let them drop weight in winter like they do in the park, because it's not appropriate in a domestic environment. You have to adhere to the laws around that.
No,
so
that's
exactly very important that you make that distinction.
Yeah, so we still have legislation that we need to look after, but that we need to be aware of, I should say, in regards to the care for these horses once they end up anywhere. It be on a sanctuary, whether it be in a private paddock, there's still legislation that we need to, and I'm one of those people that like law. We need to make sure that these animals are cared for appropriately within their own boundaries. So we've put boundaries around them in regards to fencing. We've put boundaries around them in regards to you've got to come up for feed, you've got to come up and you've got to interact somewhat with a human, but we still try to do that with respect to the horse and their boundaries. So it's a coming together of boundaries, really.
Exactly. Yeah. Is there one particular Brumby that has changed you?
Oh, now that's a very hard question, like I asked you.
It's very hard to narrow it down.
It is. And again, I can't choose. I'm going to have to say there's two. So the first one was Clancy. Clancy was the baby that I was competing heavily with my other horses, going to shows and the like. When Clancy arrived in my care, so she would come along. Everywhere I went, she would go. And people loved her. Horses freaked out about her because Brumbies have a different smell as well. So other horses just don't understand what they're facing, especially little ones like babies. But she would come everywhere with me. And the horses that I was then competing around eventually got used to Clancy being walked around between them and in the yards and winning at night, and all of the kids, especially the girls, the little girls, would come and feed her the bottles. So that took a load off me, of course, except 2, 3 and 4 o'clock feeds. But so she made a massive impact, or had a massive impact on my life. And now my baby Lena, baby Lena, or Bubbalina, Bubbalina as I call her, because she was very, very weak, very sick, and we as New Dawn, we were very reluctant to try and, well, not to try, but we were reluctant to put her out there because we didn't know whether she was going to survive.
It was very touch and go for a while, I know that.
It was very touch and go, but we needed support from the community to help her get the help she needed.
So we made the decision to put it out there. And she was such a tiny, tiny baby. I could pick her up. She was about the size of a kelpie when we first got her. And I didn't even need the horse float to cart her around. I used to just stick her in the back seat of the Ram. Because she was
a lot more robust than that when I saw her the other week.
Oh my gosh, but she still comes into the house.
Yeah.
I open the door and she lets me know when she wants the bottle. Tried to get onto the bucket. She doesn't want to go to the bucket. She just wants the bottle, and that's fine. You know, we're getting to that weaning point, but she still has 8 bottles a day. And,
amazing. Okay, I'm happy with yearlings. I don't know that I need to go into bottle raising just at this point in my life.
I love the babies, and it is, like we've said before, it's a lot of work. When with Lena, it was every half an hour that I needed to feed her because she wasn't taking much in. She had a tiny little stomach. She hadn't had the benefit of the colostrum from her mum. Her mum died giving birth to her, and she was just fortunate to be found by some beautiful people that look after the Brumbies in the area.
Well, she was.
Yeah.
Even in a domestic situation, foals that don't have the colostrum, foals that are born and miss out on that first birth, that have poor IgG levels, have a very hit and miss chance at survival, even in a closed domestic situation where they may have been born in a stable and they get veterinary care straight away. So you did an amazing job. You know, it's a testament to you that she survived and she is so healthy and robust now and so friendly.
She's everybody's favourite.
Yeah.
She certainly is. And it's, thank you for acknowledging how much work we all put in to making sure that Lena was okay. She is just the most beautiful horse. She was our poster girl at the Campion rally and carried her poster with pride. God love her. She was very interested in the soccer game. That was
absolutely.
That was behind her, and her brother. I call her brother Ollie. So we did take 2 foals to the Campion rally. They were both fascinated by these people kicking around a ball, and wanted to go and play with them because it's like they have a ball in their paddock that they chuck around and play with, and they play with the dogs, they play with the goat, they play with, because it's a menagerie here. We take on, I take on everything from 0 legs to 4 legs. 4 legs my maximum. I don't like anything.
And everyone there thinks they're human, right? Why can't we come in the house? Who is in the house?
Yep, that's where my dinner is. I can go in there.
It comes from there. We should be allowed in there.
Well, I just open the door and they all come in. Normally when husband's not home, because he wouldn't be very happy if he knew that all of the horses were coming in and visiting in the house.
A lot of things do happen when the husband isn't home. Yeah.
When the cats are wanting the mice to play.
I think he's watching me at the moment, so we best not talk too much about that. But moving on.
Yeah, my hubby's not a Facebook person, so I'm lucky in that space.
You're okay. You can talk freely.
Yeah, but you know what my favourite time of the day is a cup of tea on the veranda in the morning, and I get to have all of the baby kisses.
Yeah.
All of the foal kisses that we've got so at the moment. So we've got 4. We've got Justice, we've got Oliver, we've got Ruby, and then we've got baby Lena or Bubbalina. And I get kisses off all of them every morning when I'm having a cup of tea before I have to go to work or going to wherever I've got to go. But it is so very, very special, and this is why we do what we do. This is why I fight for what we're doing, because they are the most amazing horses. They really, really are. And I wish everybody in Australia could have the opportunity that we do to see them, to meet them, to understand the intelligence, the trust and the love that these horses give. And I've got my domestic horses, as you do, but they're just so much different to the Brumbies. They really are.
We sort of touched on it a few times in the conversation, but should we have a talk about New Dawn?
Let's do that. Let's have a talk about what New Dawn is about. New Dawn was started just over a year ago now, in July of last year, 2025. Yeah, I think I've got my years right. 25 July, New Dawn was started because there was a need to have some horses in care. There was a need to have an organisation that stood for truth and integrity and care about the horses without all of the other crap that goes on sometimes in the Brumby world. And I'm just saying it like it is, because sometimes we can be controversial. That's what this show is going to be about. Sometimes we might get some controversy, but we just needed to have something that was there for the horses. So we had 3 sanctuaries. Well, I was the 3rd that came on in about November, and this is where we started to take in the Todd Rivers. So the horses that you've got, I've still got a few here. So the Northern Territory.
That was an epic achievement.
It's a huge achievement, absolutely massive. These horses travelled thousands of kilometres on a truck. We fundraised to get them here. There was a lot of involvement from a lot of people to make sure it all happened. Of course, it wasn't without its controversy, but it all ended up in a beautiful space with some people having some of the most amazing horses. You've got Five Flying Lily, and I've got what we call the Brother Boys here, and they are so very smart. The same with the Brumbies in the KNP, and I'm sure I haven't met any Brumbies out of Guy Fawkes or out of Yeringar or anywhere else, but I'm sure that they're the same because they've got that street smarts is what it's called.
It's very hard to find a story from someone where they've had a problem. Like everybody who has had a Brumby says there's no going back.
That's right. But sometimes, as we've said,
not every situation works.
Yeah, not every Brumby is sorted. So, but again, this is where New Dawn comes in, because we can offer that safe space for those horses that don't fit. You know, that they don't fit the round hole because they're a bit square. Yeah. You know, that sort of thing, and that's when New Dawn comes in. So when we're talking about what I call the rehoming circle, there are approved rehomers, and yep, this is going to be controversial because they're copying a bit at the moment. But
and I think just so that we are clear, when we say an approved rehomer, the term rehomer is National Parks and Wildlife. So a rehomer is defined by National Parks and Wildlife as someone who is approved to collect horses from the park itself. It's not like they're meant to be the end home. They're not the final destination for the horse, but it's the person that has the equipment, the facilities, the knowledge, the expertise to go to national parks, collect horses from the trap yards and take them back out and commence their domestic life. And what that can look like will vary between rehomers. Each will have their own ideas on what is appropriate and what they want to achieve from their horses.
Yeah, that's right. And it's quite a stringent process that they have to go through to be an approved rehomer. I did think about it myself here for about a minute, and then I thought to myself, no. I would rather work with the rehomers that have already gone through that stringent process. And it has to happen every year. This is not a set and forget thing. Every 12 months, those rehomers need to go through the same approval process so that they can get their certification I suppose. Let's call it that. So working with those rehomers who need to take those horses out of the park, and it's not because they want to, it's because if they don't, then the fate of those horses is not great.
So you at New Dawn, you're not a rehomer from that sense.
We're not a rehomer.
What you are is a sanctuary, and a lot of the horses have come to you from difficult circumstances. So obviously the foals from the difficult circumstance of having lost their mother. There's some horses that from auctions.
Yes.
Do you want to talk a little bit more about those?
Yeah, so this is another gap that we fill, and that's why I call it the rehoming circle, because sometimes, as we've spoken about tonight, these horses just don't fit. Sometimes people's circumstances change. When I was talking about the reason that I got into the Brumby side of things was because I wanted to make sure that all of my horses, including the Brumbies, were taken care of, was through my will. But sometimes these horses changes, their circumstances change, these people's circumstances change. They don't always have a will to look after them. And the horses end up in an auction, or they end up being sold for or given away for nothing because somebody can't deal with them and they just don't fit that square peg in a round hole. Yeah. Now this is where New Dawn comes in. We have picked up the unwanted, the uglies, not that I would call them ugly, but you know, they're not the famous horses that some people know, but they still are all valued. And what I just said then could be controversial, but you know what? It's a controversial show, so get over it.
We haven't been controversial.
But so this is what we do at New Dawn. We take in the horses that don't fit into the norm or are being without a home. You know, we're a home, we're a lovely space, and this is a part that the sanctuaries, and we aren't the only ones that do this. There are many others, but we're part of that wheel, and we are a really, really important part of that wheel. If we didn't exist to take on the horses that get left behind, or the horses that don't fit, or the horses that find themselves in a situation where they're in a sale yard, you know, but there are limitations because we only have so much land.
Exactly, and you know, for a lot of people out there, 100 acres or 200 acres or 300 acres might seem like a lot, but when you are dealing with horses that are living in a non-intensive program, that's not a lot of space. So, you know, you can't overcommit because you get a bad season. All of a sudden, you are hand feeding everybody 100%. You have, you know, too much rain, and all of a sudden you're trying to get horses up, you know, up out of the mud and out of the, you know, stopping from getting thrush and greasy heel.
We're dealing with feet issues because we've got too much.
Yes, farmers will lose a hay crop because you've had too much rain, and all of a sudden the price goes up again. So you can never overcommit. What's the biggest misconception you hear about Brumbies?
Well, dear oh dear. I think the biggest misconception is one, that they can go back into the park, and that's just not, although it's a lovely romantic idea and we would all love them to remain in the park, they're not going to go back into the park. Once they are out, they're out. So
you don't say that from a philosophical side of things.
No,
it's legal.
It's a legislative point of view. It's not because we don't want that to happen, but there are so many layers to this legal cake that would need to change to be able to put these horses back into the park. So the lovely idea of putting them onto a sanctuary and then releasing them back into the park, well, here we go. We've got one, the legalities. So you've got federal, state and local laws that you need to deal with in regards to releasing an animal into a national park. The second thing that you've got is once they are in a yard, once they're being hand fed, once they've been wormed, once they have some interaction with a human, they're not safe anymore. They have to deal with cars coming and going. So if I just look at the horses here, we just got some new Brumbies, so brand new babies out of the park. We've got 2 mares and 2 colts, soon to be more. They are close to my driveway in safe yards so that they can be acclimatised to people, to feed, they can be wormed. We're going to get them gentled. But they've got cars coming and going all of the time. Now, the first few days of them being in those yards, they were looking at the cars. Now they don't care. But if you try and put those horses back into a park, they're not going to care about cars. Now they then pose a risk to.
They pose a risk on the highway.
Yeah, that's right.
They pose a risk to people coming in and camping.
Yeah, that's right.
It's very sad, but I absolutely agree with you on that front. That yeah, it's just not something that's feasible.
No, it's not. It's a lovely idea, and romantic, but it's just not going to happen. The outcome that we all want is to have the horses stay in the park.
Yeah.
But we can't put them back once they've come out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's the biggest misconception that I am seeing right across the internet at the moment, is that we can keep them and then put them back when the government allows it. 1, they're never going to allow it, and 2, it's just not feasible from a public and a horse safety point of view.
Yeah. If you could change one thing for Australia's Brumbies tomorrow, what would it be?
Don't shoot them in a helicopter.
Yeah, I think that's probably the obvious one here. I don't know if do we need to even say anything else on that topic? If that's
no, I think that's it. I think that's the only thing that we want. Don't shoot them from a helicopter. Now, I'm not saying that they don't need to be managed.
Don't shoot them at all, to be honest.
Well, they still, so don't shoot them, manage them properly.
Yes.
But we aren't getting that conversation that we need to have with the government levels, and there are many levels of government here that we're talking about. We're just not getting that opportunity to talk about it, because I think that the government see us as crazy Brumby ladies, the majority.
Well, yes, that obviously is a part of it. But I noticed that the story that was on prior to us coming on tonight, discussing the situation, how there didn't seem to be a great difference between the two sides of politics. Mm-hmm. You weren't getting that debate occurring. You were getting policy ideas that seemed to be in line with each other. So a change of government was not necessarily going to help in that situation, because they both seemed to agree with each other. And that's what I saw straight away when I came in and started writing letters early in the piece. I would see a template come from the Labor Party, and I would see the Liberal Party respond to me with a letter that had so much of the same language used, so many of the same dismissive comments regarding my concerns, and it is concerning that they both seem to be on the same page. So we have to turn that around, and how do we do that when we have, two polar opposites in government agreeing with each other on something?
It's a very, very difficult thing to do, but that doesn't mean we give up. We do not give up. We do need to.
That's the start. We're not giving up.
We do need
a different way to approach it.
We're not giving up, not at all. But we do need to wrap it up. So here's a bit of a teaser for next week.
Okay.
We have some lovely guests on next week. One of our guests, I'm not going to mention any names, but here's the topic. We're going to be talking about Beersheba and the light horses that came out of Australia, and a direct connection with that. So that's exciting. And you you and I both have horses that are related to the whalers, if they're not whalers already.
Yeah.
So that's an exciting one. And then we can also talk about, with another guest, a special reunion that happened on the weekend with some of our Brumby herd or Brumby families.
Yes, I might know a little bit about that topic.
You may do. So you can say something about that too. But that's for next week. So reunions and love within our horses, and the light horse and mini Sheba is some topics that we'll talk about next week.
Okay. Well, it is going to be a cracker show. I am so excited to be here, and I hope you have all enjoyed watching tonight.
Thank you.
Management was deciding in the dark. We lacked a method to hear from people across the organisation. We started using instant polls under our brand. Their expert design templates made it effortless to ask the right questions of the people who matter most, our frontline teams. We've seen improved profits and happier staff, and we now make better company decisions thanks to instant polls. Join us. Try your first free poll at instantpolls.online.
The common housefly, caught in the clutches of the spider's web. Every move it makes just makes matters worse. Then, dinner time.
Feast on the captivating stories, videos, and helpful information on our website.
Whoa.
Dinner's ready.
Oh, man.
Escape is futile.
Just one more video.
Get stuck in our web.
Let the polls start today.